Da-da. Da-da. It's a Thursday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
I'm doing great, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
All right, it is 53 degrees right now.
Mm-hmm.
Going to get up into the high 60s. Could be diddling 70. It's going to keep raining. It feels like it's rained forever.
Big storm this morning.
Wicked lightning storm on the way in.
Yeah.
That should be ending soon. So don't go outside with a baseball bat over your head unless you are someone sitting across from me right now.
What are you talking about?
So it is another Tommy Tracksuit Thursday. If you have not, we encourage you to log on to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch to catch our live stream, the Break Room WCMF on YouTube or Twitch. And this one is by far the stupidest thing I've ever
this
seen.
isn't a tracksuit, right?
No, I said that.
Yeah, you're right.
I did say, I ran through all the tracksuits. This was more of leisure wear.
Mm-hmm.
Something you wear around the house if you're ever having a couple of buddies over for backgammon and maybe cognac. Maybe a couple cigars or a pipe.
You look like one of Peter Pan's lost boys that didn't make it to Neverland.
Wandering around in his pajamas.
What are you wearing?
So my wife thinks I look like an aging dictator on his day off.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, there's a lot of North Korea in that outfit right there. Yes.
Yeah, it's part of the Kim Jong-un collection.
Why that
He's a
color?
communist.
What's that?
Why that color?
Well, because white would have just looked stupid.
What do you mean? Well, it was. Well, they don't. There was only like a couple of colors.
You look like a prisoner. Like you look. It looks so drab. You know what I mean?
You do.
But it's so comfortable.
You look like you're about to do an interview on Netflix to tell us why the cult leader that killed himself wasn't that bad. He was a good guy if you knew him personally. Like I had a good 25 years.
Yeah, he was a very
the
passionate man.
Farm.
Like the other tracksuits you wore. Like I could see where you were going with that. You know, like I get the direction you what you were aiming for.
Yeah.
This one, I don't get.
You know what this says?
What?
Straight up chill. I'm chill.
You're wearing the same outfit every Asian man was wearing in San Francisco in the late 1800s.
Yeah. But those guys always look comfortable. Even though they're working their ass off.
No, you're definitely comfortable.
So you're saying the only thing this is missing is a rickshaw?
I mean, possibly. I don't know what we're into. I mean, the hat would work too.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God, what were you thinking? Okay, are you sure that's meant to be worn outside the house?
I don't know. The guy modeling it was like out on the street.
No, that was actually a picture of somebody's grandpa that got out of the home. You look like you got out of. You look like you wandered out of the home. You look like you wandered out of the home.
Well, then I'm all set.
Okay. Again, the Odyssey app, WCMF.com. I'm going to save one of the 5,000 things I want to say about your outfit because we got 4 hours to go.
Oh, yeah, we got Bitch Voice.
And the Break Room, WCMF, on YouTube or Twitch. Check that out. All right, look, I want to sit here and kill you, but I also found myself in a situation last night.
What happened?
Well, when it comes to this stuff on streaming, it's vast.
Streaming?
All streaming services, all kinds of different things.
Looking for something to watch.
Yeah, you can watch, and then
it's endless, man.
Every once in a while, you'll get taken in by things you don't expect to take you in.
Okay.
I'm going to give you an example. So I had a rare night last night where my wife had something to go do. I had nothing to do.
Oh.
Wow. Nobody had practice. Nobody had nothing.
Oh, man.
Both of my girls had homework, so they're off. So I'm sitting in my living room by
myself.
myself. It was
great. Sweet spot.
Yeah. So I'm like, all right, well, see what's on Netflix. And I'm going through like the recommended for me thing. And have you guys seen this? It's like a reality docuseries. It's called Wrestlers.
I know of it.
Okay. So for those who haven't seen it, they follow Ohio Valley Wrestling, which is like a minor league wrestling promotion.
Right. But it's not high school wrestling.
No, like professional wrestling.
Yeah.
Like these are grown-ass people that are trying to make it.
Because it used to be popular around here for a while.
Yeah, there's still a bunch of shows, house shows, I guess they call them. But here's the thing. Like the preview started, and it reminded me of the time on the road we had in the Midwest, right? Like all of those people you were coming across. So I was like, oh, this might be a little interesting. So I started watching it, and I got sucked in.
That's what happens with Netflix, man.
I got sucked in. So before I knew it, I'm 3 episodes deep into Wrestlers last night. I'm like, oh, man. Like, it is drama, drugs, and
the way they do these things, it's great.
It was great.
Because the characters are what suck you in.
You're
it's
right.
not even the sport.
I highly recommend it if you have not seen Wrestler. But the reason I bring this up is it's nothing I would ever in a million years watch with anybody else. Like, my wife doesn't see this coming. So my wife walks through the door at like 7:45 last night.
Yeah.
As there is a scene of 2 muscle-bound men in like bikini briefs oiling each other up.
Yeah.
And she
Is that what it looks like?
Well, she looks at the TV,
Yeah.
and she looks at me, and she goes, "What are you watching?"
Yeah. On Netflix.
But it would have been so complicated to explain
Yeah.
how I got to this point.
Yeah.
I looked at her and I was like, just whatever.
That's what I'm into now.
Whatever you think. I
Yeah.
cannot explain why.
They're glistening and chiseled. What do you want from me?
As interesting as those like obscure documentaries and shows are, I do get embarrassed when all of a sudden I can pull out my knowledge of that weird, obscure subject to somebody that's like, why do you know that?
Can you give me an example?
For example, we watch Baywatch after the show every
we do.
day.
Yes, we do.
And there was one time I was out and Baywatch was on at the bar. It was like one of those times where no other sports were going on. So that was just what was on TV. So I was able to explain to my husband's buddy every character that came on the TV and their backstory. And as I'm explaining it, I'm like, this guy doesn't care.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why. I should not know this. I should not have even started talking about it, but here we are.
No, you're right, because like you do have to make a decision in that moment when you're caught being embarrassed. I can spend the next 5 minutes trying to catch this person up.
But you can't.
And everything I'm saying, they're not going to be
Yeah.
listening to anyway. Like my wife last night, the whole time would have been just like, yeah, but
Yeah.
you're watching
Right.
two dudes grease each
It
other
just
up.
is
Right.
what it is.
It would have been less embarrassing had she caught me watching porn on the family
yeah.
TV. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? Like, at least that would have been easily explainable. I wanted to watch porn,
Yeah.
but this is wrestling. And I don't know. It wasn't even like the two dudes greasing each other up thing. It was like you're watching minor league wrestling.
And then
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, and on the TV.
It is weird when you're watching. Because my wife and I watch a lot of stuff together. Because,
Yeah.
we have the time.
Sure.
And we will come across something together that's shocking that I wasn't ready for. And she wasn't ready for.
Okay.
And then we'll slowly look at each other.
Oh, you mean like while the show is
While
on?
it's happening.
Like that
Okay.
awkward eye
it's-
contact.
It's really uncomfortable.
Like, are you going to say something?
Am I going to, should I laugh? Because I want to laugh, and she's going to be disgusted by it. Like, I don't know how to react here. So we just slowly look at each other and wait. And it takes about 5 seconds, which is an eternity
Yeah.
when you're watching something. And then we'll kind of gauge each other because I know she's disgusted by it.
Mhm.
But I'm finding this really funny. And I don't know how she's going to react when I start laughing.
It is, yeah, that game of chicken with your spouse. Are we okay here? Because I always let my wife react first.
Oh, me too. But sometimes I can't. If I'm drinking,
Okay.
I'm screwed.
Okay.
And I'm usually drinking.
252 WCMF. Everything on streaming services, Netflix and Hulu. We're talking about. You just get sucked down these rabbit holes.
Oh, yeah.
And all of a sudden, you're watching something where something happens that you don't expect, and either you have to explain it or you're in the room with that person. It makes it more complicated when you have kids.
Yeah.
One of the most uncomfortable situations in my life that has molded me as a person.
What's that?
When I was 13.
Yeah.
Now we've had this argument before. I love Monty Python,
Yeah, yeah.
and you
like
hate
that.
Monty Python.
I'm not a fan of British humor,
Okay.
or actually British people, entertainers.
My grandmother had just passed away.
Yeah.
And my grandpa, my mom's dad, was going to take me and my brother overnight. It was like a, hey,
Yeah.
get to know grandpa thing.
Okay.
Because
Yeah.
my grandma was the one that had handled us all the
Gotcha.
time. So now it's like time to hang out with grandpa. So grandpa also liked Monty Python.
Oh, okay.
So we rented the movie Monty Python and the Meaning of Life. And in that movie, there's a scene where this teacher is teaching kids about sex ed, but the joke is he's actually having sex with a woman
Oh, okay.
in front of the class.
All right.
And the scene is John Cleese having sex with a woman
Yeah.
for 7 minutes. Well,
Goes
vividly.
on a little too long.
But he's vividly describing everything he is doing to this woman.
Yeah.
And I am sitting in this room with my brother and my, at the time, 60-something-year-old grandfather.
Yeah.
And nobody is looking at each other.
Nobody's saying a word.
We're waiting for it
Just
to
get
end.
through
But
this.
Grandpa's a fan of this.
He is,
But
but
Oh,
he's-
but he
but-
probably.
I don't think he either.
So it is that game of chicken.
Yes.
Who's going to laugh?
I don't know if he forgot that scene was in there. I don't know if he had never seen Meaning of Life, but everybody's face is on the screen, and it just kept going to that point.
Yeah.
I will not watch anything with my kids now that I am not fully aware
Yeah.
of, if it's adult-ish,
Yeah.
because of that interaction I had with my grandfather.
I also I've also made the mistake sometimes of trying to defend why I'm laughing at that to my wife, which is bad.
Why would you do that?
Because she'll go, that's just disturbing and disgusting. I'm going, man, that was brilliant. That was one
was
of the funny.
brilliant?
I go, that was brilliant. that was so clever in the way they pulled that off. And she's like, no. And we get into these arguments, and then I realize I should shut up, not defend filth and vulgarity, but I try to. Because I'm a big fan of really raunchy stuff.
Sure, yeah.
Like the raunchier, the funnier to me.
No, everybody hears your voice. We hear what you say. We all get it. 252 WCMF. Last night had one of those rare nights where I just had the living room to myself. Started watching, got sucked into this reality docuseries about minor league professional wrestling. Watched 3 episodes. My wife comes in at like 7:45, right when there's 2 muscle-bound dudes in bikini briefs greasing each other up before a match. And like, I don't watch wrestling. So she's like, what are you watching? And I was just like, whatever you think. There's no way to explain how we got here.
I always thought they put that on themselves. I didn't realize you had to have a buddy do you, but I guess your buddy has to do your back.
What about your back? So some guys have spray bottles, it looked like.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But usually you want a buddy to oil. Because like bodybuilders do that when they do those competitions.
But with
they do
self-tanner.
spray tan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they all look greasy.
Yeah.
Don't they? Does the other bodybuilder have to oil up your back?
Usually they have like a team of people doing that.
Like oilers?
I don't know.
Is there like oil people? Like,
Yeah, Earl Campbell shows up. He's rubbing his hands all over you.
well, like Formula One when they pull in and like 4 guys come up and just grease you up real quick, get you back out on stage. Oh, how was your time? 2 seconds.
Sorry, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
So let's say you're going to do the professional wrestling or the bodybuilding.
Yeah.
All right. Do you want someone you know to grease you up, or do you want a stranger to grease you up?
If you have like your wife do it,
No, it's got to be a dude in this situation.
has to be a dude.
Well, just because of the
you don't want to get a boner.
No.
Well, I would be afraid if my wife
Okay, I
or
didn't
the
think
one
of
I'm
that.
with is oiling me up. That's pretty sensual. You would get a rail.
You think so?
Yeah.
Well, it's not a sexual situation.
Yeah, but you're
like every time
you're basically
somebody puts sunscreen on you, you get weird.
Yeah, that's why he's not allowed back at the beach.
yeah, I'm banned out of the Dominican Republic. No, but like like if you're
It's the
just
same thing.
I mean, it's a very sensual thing, don't you think?
I don't know. Every time I see like the bodybuilder stuff, it's like the guy's coach or something.
Right, but
Like-
I'm saying, but if you were oiling up your husband,
Yeah.
well, I can see him
Yeah.
being in a competition.
I
Look
put
at the guy.
sunscreen on my husband. Usually it's kind of, I always make him shave his back first. Cause
I understand that, but he doesn't find that sensual. Your hands on his back.
Have you seen her hands?
Maybe.
Hey, get in on there, wax on, wax off. Right, you old son of a bitch, get out there
I
now.
literally have to chase him down to do it. I'm like, you got to put your sunscreen on.
See, that's
All
the
right, so he
influence.
doesn't. He's uncomfortable.
That's the influence of a good dermatologist. Right?
But I like a. I mean, well.
I don't know.
right,
I guess
so-
it
Wait,
could
all right.
be
All right,
in the right
so-
situation.
Well, no.
I guess.
Here's the question.
So
now.
male or female?
Would
or
you prefer a man or a woman to put oil on your body?
I think I had to go man because I think I would get a boner from a woman, and I wouldn't from a dude. So
Well, what if his hands are very soft?
is he a soft-handed boy?
Well, I mean, look, you can't see him. He's just behind you.
No, but it's still a guy.
How do you know? Yeah.
I mean, even a guy's hand, it's still a guy's hand. As soft as guy hand, it's still got to feel like a hand.
I don't know, man. There have been some hands you've shaken before where you're like, whoa.
I am surprised some doctors have very soft hands. Well, I think they have to.
Good luck at every appointment you go to for the rest of your life.
No, I'm telling you,
Pajama boy.
My doctor, my regular guy,
Uh-huh.
soft hands. But I think you got to have nice hands because
Okay.
like he's cupping my nuts. He's giving me the finger for the prostate. I mean, you got to have smooth hands to pull that off.
Can I give you a tip?
You can't be putting a goddamn cheese grater
Does,
back
does
there.
your doctor not wear gloves when he does that?
Wait. He's supposed to wear gloves?
I don't know.
And it's also supposed to happen in a doctor's office.
Yeah, it was weird because I was at the dentist.
Okay, God. Can I give you a tip?
What?
Just because we're
Okay.
friends and everything. I think the most insulting thing you can say, and we're realizing it right now,
What?
is that a man has super soft hands.
I have pretty soft mitts.
Yeah, but you're a bitch. I mean, come on. You can't, in that outfit, be like,
'Cause you're kinda
no, I'm not a
saying-
bitch.
No,
Yeah, 'cause
but
you're kind of saying you don't do any hard work.
Yeah.
I don't. But I think a woman likes soft hands.
No,
on
I
her
get
body.
that you can say about yourself you don't do any hard work. But when you talk about another man, I don't think you can say about another man.
You have soft hands.
I don't think that's a compliment.
All right.
I don't think.
All
I
right.
would be offended if someone was like, yeah, he's got the softest hands I've ever seen.
All right, so I'm in a bodybuilding contest.
Yes.
I got to get oiled up.
Yep.
I have 2 choices. I either know the guy or I don't know the guy.
That's 3 dudes. You can either, it's all your buddies or it's all strangers. What do you want?
Strangers.
Really?
Yeah, because you're going to start laughing and doing stupid jokes and stuff. You know what I mean?
But like all 3 of those dudes are wild cards. They could be rough with you. They could put their hands in places you
I'm
weren't
rough
ready
you're
for.
going to pee, man.
Well, they want to get this done. They got other oil ups to do.
I want a stranger.
Okay.
You wouldn't want to know the guy, would you?
I don't know. I'm trying to like
It would be
think.
me.
Yeah, I have no
No,
problem
but
you
you'd
oiling
be
me up.
doing stupid jokes.
Yeah,
with
but
it.
that would make it more fun. I mean, hell, I'm not even.
How much fun do you want to have? We could have a lot of fun if you want, buddy.
Let me put it this way.
What?
Like, you got to get like the inside of your thigh and everything.
How
right?
high? Yeah, so they got to go because you're in like a bikini.
Yeah, so like you got to get my bikini line.
But also your ass cheeks.
No, your ass cheeks are covered.
Barely in those things.
Calm down over there. I would feel more comfortable with you oiling the inside of my thighs than I would, I think, a stranger.
Really?
Yeah.
I think I don't want to know you.
You sure? We could do an experiment if you want.
Well, we'd have to get a stranger also to see the difference.
Billy Kid's stranger enough.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, okay.
And by the way, he's former bodybuilder too.
Yeah.
He knows all about this.
Oh, that's
Some
right.
experience.
Yeah.
Yeah, he knows how to put it on.
Yeah, he does.
Lather me up, boy.
Oh, we're talking about oil. No, I think it would be easier for a guy to put his hands in uncomfortable places than a stranger.
It would just. The whole thing would skeeve me out.
Yes, obviously. We're talking
But
best
you might
case
be.
scenario.
But here's the thing: if I get skeeved out to a stranger, no big deal. But I think that would be insulting to your friend if I go, man, you're gross touching me like that. It would also be insulting to the guy who's doing you a solid rubber, putting oil on your naked ass body.
Wait, you're telling me that if I'm standing there in bikini briefs in front of you and you're rubbing your hands on the inside of my thigh and I go, oh, God, this feels weird, you'd be like, how dare you? How could you? After all we've been through together.
Well, it's a little insulting. I'm on my knees oiling up your legs.
Why are you on your knees, man? Just bend over.
Well, because I know I got to get your legs.
Okay.
And then I'm like face to your dong and ass. Man, it's very creepy, man.
Yes, I understand. Again, not an ideal situation.
I don't get bodybuilding. Bodybuilding to me is the weirdest goddamn sport I've ever. And my oldest brother was into it, and
He
a couple
still
of his.
isn't he?
What's that?
Isn't he still into it?
Yeah, but you know those guys that like compete on stage, guys.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
Because he just lives. But he had like buddies that did it, and he would go and watch them.
Okay.
And I go, it's like, how do you? Hey, saw you there at the stage, looking good there, Chuck. Yeah, you need a little more nipple rouge. Like, what do you say to the guy?
Nipple rouge.
Like, it's the weirdest sport to like be a fan of.
I would love to go down this road.
Yeah.
We are super
Yes.
lucky.
Okay.
We have a dynamite rouge nipples.
Yes.
Got to break them for you this morning here on CMF.
Actually, that's the set I bought this on.
No, you look like you're a part of a certain kind of rouge. Starts with a K. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, we can bitch it out.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice
Good
Theater.
luck.
Bitch Voice Theater coming at you just after 7 o'clock. And Easter is what? Is it a week or 2 weeks away
I
from
think it's like
Sunday?
2 weeks or so.
Okay. So, getting your plans done, whatever.
Yeah.
There's a gentleman, and look, man, we all remember being young, full of you-know-what and
Oh,
vinegar.
yeah.
And no one was going to tell us what to do because this gentleman, who is engaged, it looks like a pretty young age, was asked to do something by his fiance that he has a, I guess, ethical, moral opposition to. He's not a religious person.
Oh,
They say pick your battles.
yes.
And this is not a battle that you would want to pick.
Yeah.
That being said, I mean, for a religious holiday, there are some decisions you will have to make, whether it's ethical, whether it's religious, whether it is time-wise, when it comes to Easter or Passover or any of that stuff. And we'll get into all of it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
This is not a place you would assume you can get an alcoholic beverage.
Oh, but now I can?
Well, no, calm down.
What'd
You
say?
wouldn't go to this place anyway because you don't eat this stuff because you're in your pajamas all
Oh.
day. By the way, you eat that, or you keep wearing that. You can eat whatever you want. You could put on 40 pounds. No one would know. This joint out in Greece that isn't even open yet wants to get you some alcohol. And maybe other restaurants like this would benefit from the same idea. And we'll get to it next here in the break room. Let's CMF. You can break down places to eat into very distinct categories.
Yeah, what do you got?
Places you can get alcohol, places you can't.
Nice.
And for a very long time, there was no reason to serve alcohol at a place like this. That being said, this place opening soon in Rochester, well, this location, is trying to buck the trend. And I got to be honest, it does feel a little bit strange.
Really? They have alcohol in this joint?
I think.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. Just after 6:45, we are just a couple of days away from that massive bridge construction project starting on 490.
Oh, yes.
Out there on the east side. And look, it's going to be bad.
Oh, yeah.
So bad, in fact, that the State Department of Transportation,
What are they saying?
they are giving people a heads up on how to even approach the construction, how you can get through the fastest and easiest way. And, Kimmy, this is going to be a disaster.
Yeah,
Really?
Yes, it is.
A disaster.
Yes, it is.
And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, you're familiar with Shake Shack?
Oh, yeah, the burger joint.
Do they serve that in the hospital ward that you walked out of in your outfit today? So Shake Shack made its Rochester debut in Henrietta about a year ago. It's from New York City. Fries, shakes, burgers. Everyone loves it.
Yeah.
So much so that the next Shake Shack location is already under construction in Greece.
Fantastic.
And this one will be different than any fast food burger place you've ever been to.
What am I going to get?
Story on News 8 says the restaurant has applied for a state liquor license.
So are we talking beer and wine? Are we talking spirits, everything?
It says state liquor license.
Damn.
I'm guessing boozy shakes, right? Like
Ooh.
that's what the goal would be.
Boozy Shake's one of my favorite 70s funk artists. So News 8 reached out to the restaurant.
Yeah.
Have not heard anything back yet. But Kimmy,
Yeah.
this would be a strange thing for the Shake Shack to do.
Yeah, unless do they have other locations that do this maybe? Because I was thinking like it just doesn't seem like they need to do it. Like
It's
if
a-
I'm going to Shake Shack, I'm not going for that reason. Like I'm going because I want the burger and fries.
Is it it's more fast food, right?
Yeah,
So I
yeah.
mean, like a lot of it, they have a drive-through and everything.
Yeah, counter
Yeah.
service.
Because I'm thinking like Bill Gray's, it does it, but that's a sit-down sports bar,
Yeah,
attachment.
Yep.
It's different. Like
more of like a restaurant.
but I don't think I would sit at a Shake Shack and have a cocktail. Doesn't sound very appealing to me. You know what I mean? Like just to hang out there.
I didn't think that Shake Shack wanted people sitting around for 45 minutes.
Right.
having
Right,
a
you're
drink.
tying up a table.
Exactly, right?
Usually you scarf it down and get the hell out.
Yeah. So the weird part about this whole idea, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Like, you can never imagine getting a beer at, like, McDonald's, right?
No.
Okay.
I know people say, well, Europe, they got that stuff.
Yeah.
But that's a different.
But I
We're
just
like-
feel like I don't need it.
No, but, like,
Yeah, we ain't no Europe.
to that point, we are one of the few countries that don't have alcohol at our fast food
Right,
restaurants.
yeah.
Not only can you buy, so you can buy alcohol at McDonald's in Germany, France, Spain, Portugal, Italy, Czechia, Sweden, Belgium, Lithuania, Switzerland, Serbia, the Netherlands, and South Korea.
Oh.
Just south of where you got that outfit. In Austria,
Yeah.
back in 2016, McDonald's ran a promotion where they offered free 6-packs of beers with large orders during a
Wait,
big soccer
A
tournament.
6-pack?
Yeah.
Free.
So, like, if you bought, like,
And
one
that's
of their
like their
Damn.
beer, which is like jet fuel.
Austria, what, do they do good beer in Austria?
What do you think, man?
So, I mean, it's not like these fast food companies are against selling alcohol.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
when asked, McDonald's specifically, why they hadn't served alcohol in their restaurants in America, they said they have a more family-friendly image in America than they do in their European restaurants. So you wouldn't want to get a beer at a fast food place?
I guess I would if it was an option. I mean, I like a nice cold beer at lunch.
Okay, but you only drink like you're like, I drink Guinness. I only drink Guinness.
It's your beer, man. I support your people.
Yeah, but you don't drink it for that reason. You drink it because you think it makes you look sophisticated.
It is pretty cool.
Okay.
I would love a nice. That would be fun. But then again, I don't think I want to sit at a McDonald's and have a beer. You know what I mean?
Kimmy, would you get a beer at a fast food place?
Here's
do
the
you
thing,
think?
and I think my husband and I, we are
yeah.
totally opposite ends of the spectrum on this. I am not a sit down at a fast food restaurant and eat kind of person. Like
I
if
don't
I'm
get
going
it.
to get fast food, I want to grab it and take it wherever I'm going, take it on the road, take it home. He will sit down and make like a meal out of it at the fast food place.
That I
So-
don't get.
No,
So, like,
again,
for
hold on.
me-
No, now we got to stop because we're going to have I cannot let that slide. It's the best when it's hot. Why would I put it in a bag and take it
Okay.
home? I'm going to
Take
eat
it-
it
take
The
it
there.
on
reason
road.
you did it, and the reason I did it, is because when we were on the road, we didn't have an option. We had nowhere to, like, we would sit there and eat that meal.
Which is why I discovered how much better it is when you eat it right away. I will still
Eat it in your car while you're driving.
No, I want to focus on how
I wanna
delicious it is. I want to
in
focus
it.
on my
It's not
double
the SATs.
quarter pounder with cheese. I focus more on my burger than I did my SATs.
Me too.
So yeah, I don't need the booze because I'm just taking that thing to go. Whereas if we're sitting down to eat it, may be more likely to order a beer or drink.
Because I'd never had McDonald's and beer.
Neither have I. And that's the
Yeah.
other weird
Like
thing.
a cup of beer
Doesn't
would
really seem
be
like
go
it
with that.
goes.
You think so?
Oh yeah, man, a burger and a beer.
All right, let's talk about that. 252 WCMF. Again, Shake Shack in Greece, it's under construction right now. According to News 8, have applied for a liquor license. And it's really weird to think about a fast food restaurant serving alcohol, but like the U.S. is one of the few places where fast food restaurants don't serve alcohol. It doesn't seem like a McDonald's or Burger King burger would go good with a beer.
No, I want like a soda or something, right?
Yeah, but that's only because that's what you're used
True.
to. But
That's
imagine
true.
you're at a McDonald's
Uh-huh.
and you get, nice burger, whatever you like,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
fries.
Sure.
You get your favorite shake, right?
Uh.
A little shot of that, baby. Stir that up, man. And that's a little for to go too,
No, you can't take it to
No.
go.
Hey,
That's,
hey,
Seems
keep
like a
your
terrible
voice
idea.
down,
Shut up!
bro.
Hey, you're going to end up wearing the exact same uniform you're wearing if the cops find out.
You're not going to get lit up on a shot, for God's sakes.
You can't drive with it.
Again, it's got a lid.
Okay.
And I thought
oh,
if
does that
had a
make it
lid-
not an open container?
Well, you remember when they were handing you booze at the restaurants during COVID?
So sealed up, you idiot.
Yeah, it had a lid on it.
No. It
No,
was,
you could get an actual drink. They were giving out martinis.
Okay.
Bro.
There are types of burgers that go good with beer. You brought up Bill Gray's. I could have a Bill Gray's burger and a beer. That's delicious. But it's a different kind of burger. Like a fast food burger would not go good with beer.
I think it's only because it's like learned behavior.
What?
Europeans do it.
But
Because
we
you-
don't know
you-
if this is like a common thing or if it's just an option for
Well,
them.
I mean,
you
if
know
they-
what I mean?
if
Like,
they wouldn't sell it if they weren't selling it.
well, it could be just because they're so used to having it everywhere.
Yeah, but to Pat's
You know what I
point,
mean?
they're selling it, or they wouldn't have it there.
No, but to her point,
Yeah,
it
but
is.
it's not even a thought. I'm guessing for most of those places to have it.
It was startling having, I'm going to be that guy. I went to London one time for 6 days, and now I know.
You hardly ever bring it up. Ooh, London boy.
No, but-
London's calling Patrick.
You know this too. Anyone that's been to Europe before,
I don't know Europe.
the places you can buy
Yeah.
alcohol.
Everywhere.
Like that's what I mean.
By the way,
like,
you
I
haven't been to
think
Europe?
they
You look
just-
like a World War II POW. You sure you never been to Europe? If you have not seen Tommy's, quote, tracksuit today, the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, and Twitch, it's ridiculous. There are, Kimmy, we walked into department stores.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like it's just everywhere there. So like it would be weird to not have it, whether or not they sell it there. I think it's just always an option.
Yeah.
So maybe like there aren't a lot of people grabbing a beer with their McDonald's. Maybe it's not as, like a thought for most people. It's just there if they want it.
We've been seeing stories over the last couple of months, year really,
Yeah.
that the fast food restaurants have seen a dip in sales the
Yeah,
last
they
couple
got
of
to
years.
come up with some new gimmicks.
Would alcohol help that?
Of course it would. Even if you just want beer wine.
But
Like
it's-
maybe not spirits, but if you just went with beer and wine, I think it would help.
Yeah, but part of fast food too is the keeping it cheap, right? Like grabbing a cheaper meal, and that would just increase the cost if that's why you're going
Yeah,
there.
but there's so many. Let's just use McDonald's because we've been talking McDonald's. I mean, there's so many McDonald's. They'd probably be able to negotiate like lower
Oh,
prices from
you
beer
know it.
distributors.
But it's still adding an extra fee onto
Okay.
something
Nice
that
cold
you may
draft.
get every day.
He's not even listening.
I
He's
know.
just
I'm
making a valid
listening. I
point.
heard the fees and the tariffs. I understand.
Not what you said. But here's the thing too. I mean, it's not like if you wanted a beer and a burger, there's nowhere to go get that.
True.
Like you would have to, like you brought up learned behavior. You
And
would have
sit
to,
down and enjoy it. Yeah.
like I don't know. Like if I told my wife, like we're with our kids, it's hey, let's go to McDonald's to get a beer and a burger, she would look at me sideways.
Yeah, probably.
It would like I'm a mess.
I wouldn't announce the beer part of it till I just got.
Okay, no, but then it's even more awkward when you're in line. I'll have a beer, please, and then your wife like silently looks at you.
Well, that's how I usually do it with my wife.
You don't get the shame for ordering alcohol in places that are not alcohol appropriate.
I do, but I don't care.
Okay,
Being a drinker, I'm gonna drink because
Okay.
my wife will go, "Oh, you're having a beer?" Yeah, I'm having a beer. I'm on vacation. I wouldn't have a beer.
along those lines. I'm sorry, Kimberly, were you gonna say something?
No, I was just gonna say, I feel like if you're sitting down and ordering a beer, like you expect to sit there for a little while. It's not like a hey, let's wrap this up and go. Like,
Yeah, but you're
don't
not
you
getting
wanna
one of them
enjoy it?
beer bats. I mean, you're gonna get like a paper cup of beer. You get like 12 ounces.
No, No, I know. But like if you're sitting down for fast food, you probably want to drink it faster than you would if you were sitting down at a typical restaurant.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's not like you're going to have 4. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Right,
Like,
that you're one and done.
no, but you would. Hey, sitting at McDonald's not such a bad idea. Poor 17-year-old kid's got to listen to your problems while you're pouring
That's
more
the other
beer.
thing too. You're putting a lot of pressure on, fast food workers to monitor that kind of thing.
Maybe that's the problem. You're right,
Yeah.
because there are a lot of teenage kids that do those
Yeah.
jobs, right? Think about that, man. Being 16, 17, working at a McDonald's, you got beer on tap.
Oh.
Like we wouldn't be getting
yeah.
hammered during work.
Yeah.
I guess the argument for alcohol at fast food restaurants, alcohol is starting to show up in places we've never seen before. There are coffee shops that'll offer beer and wine
Yeah.
now. There are retail shops in America, even in Rochester, that will sell you a drink while you're shopping.
I told you when I was in South Florida, that grocery store where you could get yourself a glass of wine or a beer and walk around and shop.
So is access to booze wherever and whenever we wanted a good idea?
Yeah, why not?
Well, I could give you 15 reasons why not.
Give me one good reason, Pat, off the top of your head.
DWIs.
Okay. After that, what do you got?
Angry customers that are drunk.
They're already pissed off at the price.
Yeah, so you're going to add
As soon
alcohol?
as, maybe you need a drink before you see the price of them eggs.
This fire's bad. Well, let's throw some gasoline on it and see what happens. All right, so if you are looking for fast food
Yeah.
and booze, maybe this Shake Shack in Greece.
Coming soon.
All right. Buckle up, everybody.
Yeah.
Bro, this is bad. This
What
is
happened?
really bad. And it has to get done. It has to get done. As much as it'll suck, it's much safer for everybody that it's happening.
Okay.
But the fact that the state is doing this, trying to give all of us a crash course in how to make this go faster, tells us this ain't going to work. Because, Kimmy, here's the thing. Even though scientifically they say this is better,
Yeah.
everybody who does this and waits to the last minute, I hate
I know.
with the
I know.
passion
and
of a
people
thousand
make this
suns.
argument though. This is how it's supposed to
But
be.
that's not why they're doing it. You're a dick. We're going to get into the information the state shared yesterday on how to make this 490 bridge project that is going to ruin the lives of everyone
I'm
on
sure
the east
everybody
side.
will
Yeah.
listen and follow the rules for sure.
Next here in the break room. Let's see about The closer this gets, the worse it sounds.
So what's the matter?
Well, look, it's got to get done. These bridges have needed fixing for years.
Yeah.
But this is going to make our lives miserable. And the fact the state is trying to get everyone on board with this idea tells you how bad this is going to be.
It's going to be terrible.
You're hanging out in the break room. Watch just Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Just after 7 o'clock. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
Yeah, buddy. Well, bitchy time. Good luck.
Okay. If you have not yet seen Tommy's loose definition of Tommy Tracksuit Thursday today, Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, and Twitch, I promise you, this is the stupidest looking thing he's ever worn. Like, by a mile. You're not going anywhere after the show today, are you?
Yeah, I got my regular runs. I got to hit the dry cleaner and Wegmans.
I'm not going to say anything more. Go check it out yourself. Bitch Voice Theater after 7. Also just after 7. Easter is 2 weeks from Sunday?
Probably,
2 weeks? Probably. I don't know. It's a religious holiday.
Oh, yeah.
But a bunch of people celebrate it. Yet, if you have someone religious in your life, it means a lot to them.
Oh, yes.
This day, it's one of the holiest days of the year.
Right.
So you kind of have to participate in the religious stuff, unless you're this guy who thinks we're going to side with him when he's saying he refuses to do this thing.
But he's not going to do it?
I mean, look, man, they say early on in a relationship, and the kid's young, and I get it. You know,
you
he's
still get chocolate. I mean, there is some benefit.
We'll get into the story. We'll do it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Tony!
Yeah, buddy.
April 7th is when the 490 bridge projects will begin on the east side.
So is it a couple of different overpasses?
So there's 2 of them, one on the Erie Canal and one on, is it Craig Road out there on the east side? At least as far as I know. It's according to Newsay. It's going to be 1 lane on 490 for a long time.
Forever. It's going to be a while.
It will be a while. They're also shutting down the Route 96 Pittsford on-ramp, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Bro.
That's going to affect you.
Yeah.
No. Route 96. That's the exit past Tommy.
Yes, you're absolutely
He doesn't
right.
go that way.
No,
But it looks like they're also going to do the one over Monroe by like that Whole Foods because they've already cut all the trees down in it.
I mean, maybe that's eventually the next one.
That's going to be a disaster.
The bottom line is this.
Yeah.
Folks from the state are already giving people a heads up. Find alternate routes. We talked about this. Give yourself more time to get to work. And there is one thing specifically they are doing to ensure traffic moves at a steady pace.
Yeah.
They are implementing the zipper merge strategy for these construction sites.
What's a zipper merge?
Okay. So it's when you wait until the last minute to go down to 1 lane, and then you alternate every other car as the lane closes to get into that final single
So
lane.
it's not like 1 lane merges into the other. It's both lanes merge at the same
Closing.
time. into
Bang,
one.
bang, bang,
Okay.
bang, 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 bang,
All
bang.
right.
So the state is putting this everywhere. They have put out stuff on social media. The billboard on 590 going south now has a big thing explaining what the zipper merge is, which, by the way, if we want to talk about safety, maybe giving me a lesson on a billboard while I'm driving at 60 miles an hour is the best idea. There's just one problem with this idea.
Yeah.
The longer you wait to merge into a single lane in construction, the bigger douchebag you are.
But it just bottlenecks everything.
You're talking about the
all
waiting?
of them. And I mean, all of it it's just going to bottleneck because you got to deal with all the trucks and then the cars. And by the way, we're going into motorcycle season, so you're going to have those. I'm going to say the word.
Wow.
But you know how they
Look at you. You're off the show with motorcycle guys. All of a sudden, you feel like a free man. What? If T hears you say that, he would rip those pajamas right off your chest.
But, you know, they're going to come zipping up on the shoulder, or they're going to come straight through the center lane, right, to cut everybody off.
Okay.
So all that's going to – because it's summertime, man. So you're going to get all of it.
Kimmy,
E-bikes,
true or false?
On 490.
Methodists.
If you wait to the last minute to merge, you're a dick.
Yeah, I always you were the line cutter.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Like when I'm in the lane, like the lane that's the lane where the other lane's merging into, and I'm seeing people just zip by the whole entire lane that we've all been waiting in. I'm like, who's gonna step up and block that guy from getting
Amen,
in?
sister. We've all been waiting. We've decided we're in a single file line now. We're going to wait and be patient. And then on your left, here comes some dick, and he's flying past dozens of cars. And, it's funny, too, because they'll look forward I didn't even know there was a traffic backup.
Well, you'll get that excuse, or you'll get the guys that say, well, you're supposed to go all the way up to the front and then merge, like you said, a zipper. Like, that's the strategy that some people say, like, you're supposed to do.
But here's the
which
thing, that's not why
I don't even know who's right.
But they're not. That's not why they're doing it. They're doing it because they think they're saving themselves 20 minutes. And then the best part, they'll throw the blinker on, like when they get to the front, and then they'll get upset when nobody lets them
Then
in.
you start inching in.
Yeah, what, I'm here. Doesn't everyone hate that guy? Doesn't
I
everyone?
thought so.
It's such
Unless you are that guy.
that guy's such an arrogant dick.
Not arrogant. I mean, it's just a different.
You're that guy. You're that guy.
It's just a different style of. It's more European style driving.
Oh, is that what it is? Yeah,
like
yeah.
After I've had my beer at lunch at McDonald's, so I drive my Carmen Ghia.
You're not that. You're not that guy. Are you that guy?
Kind of. Well, I'm a known cutter.
Well,
I skip and cut.
It is funny because every now and then a hero comes along.
In the seat at a hero.
A hero.
No, and it's a lot of the times it's a trucker, and they'll just pull out enough so nobody can get around them in that other lane.
Yep.
To push
and we
them off.
all cheer for that person, like, you are doing God's work today, buddy.
Amen. Amen. And here's the thing. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not letting him in, and I don't want anyone behind me to let him in. Like, I am going to stand my
Well,
ground.
but you see, then you're also holding it up. So just let me in.
Quote
man.
Tommy, but then you see, you almost. No, I'm not letting you in. You're not going to try and cut past everybody.
Rules
No.
to rules.
It is a principle. It's the principle of the thing. We as a community are in this together, and you want to go be a dick, but you ain't going to do it on my time, bud.
All right.
You're not that guy, bud. You're not that guy. All right, pal? You're not
Like,
that guy.
for the zipper method to work too, you have to have even if everybody's on the same page and we're all merging one after another, you have to have such great communication in that moment
And nobody
to not
does.
go at the same time. Like, one of you you both think it's your turn,
She's right. 252 WCMF. The state DOT has started to explain the zipper method of merging with this 490 bridge project coming up. I mean, the thing's going to be a nightmare. They put billboards up. Carrie Ann writes us, oh, my God, they already have a sign posted where people should start to merge and then go every other car. Are they going to have people with flags, like, showing people how to do this?
I've never seen that. Because usually, like you said, it's just the arrows and stuff showing you how the lane's coming in.
But the only way it's going to run smoothly is if you have someone car pointing, car. You cannot, to Kimmy's
on the
point,
highway?
I mean, bro, but to Kimmy's point, you can't expect folks to be mature and responsible
When
enough
I'm rolling up at 70 miles an hour, I'm going to be pointing at you?
in a work zone.
Oh, yeah, sorry, 65. But you know what I'm saying.
Even if they get the zipper part and are ready to do the right thing,
Yeah.
there are going to be the dicks, to Kimmy's point, that just jump their turn because they can.
So you're going to be backed all the way up to Syracuse, man.
I mean, this is going to be hard,
Yeah.
and it's going to
So
be.
you're going to have to take side roads. You're going to be off
Well,
the 90.
But then, okay, it's not 90, it's 490.
Well, it's the 90 family of 90s.
The 90 family of 90s in Victor.
You got to take the side roads.
No, but the side roads are also going to be jammed up because people are going to be like, I got a plan that nobody else has figured out, not the highway. Let's go half the speed and then fill it full of traffic with stoplights.
Well, you might find some new stores you might want to shop at later.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Redneck. Hey, Redneck, how are you, buddy?
Good morning. How's everybody doing today?
Good.
Tommy, I am always Team Tommy, but you are the scummiest of scum.
What did I
Taking
do?
a scumboat to Scumtown.
Why? What did I do?
That was right the other day when he said that. You
What?
are ridiculous. Because I'm that guy in the big truck. I live my life on the road. If I see a construction site coming up, I'm that guy to move out into the other lane
Oh,
to make everybody else single
he's
file.
the hero.
I've had it. I've had it to where people try to go around me, like in the median,
Yeah.
and I've run them right off into the median.
Well, okay, that's
I
a
will
little
be that guy
that's,
to make
that's extreme.
I will be
I
that guy
killed a man in
I will be
93
that
just to watch
guy.
him die.
to make
One time
everybody
I ran
single
off my
file
mother-in-law.
because it literally makes things go faster. That zipper lane is the worst idea in history.
All right, well, hold on. Back up.
Peterbilt, redneck kills.
I'm going to assume that it is the more efficient way just because they, like, pay people to, like, research this stuff, right? I mean, I don't like it.
But
I don't know
people
if I've
have
ever
been
run into
cutting
this.
the line and bottlenecking everything since the dawn of automobiles. It is the worst idea ever.
All right.
If everybody gets single file when you get into that half mile or 3/4 mile construction zone before everything gets down to single lane, it goes smooth. There's no stop and go. It's just smooth straight through 25, 30 miles an hour, and you're on the rest of your day.
I gotta
no
say,
issues.
I gotta say too, like, past the point of being a dick, keep going. I will get over as fast as possible just because I have anxiety that no one will let me over.
Same. I get nervous.
Would I get in that lane?
And I think I skipped too many cars here. I got to get in.
It's like a weight lift. It's like, I am in the lane that I have to be in.
Yeah, but that shoulder's just calling you, man. It's like wide open. It's
Yeah.
like nobody there. It's like your own private lane.
The funniest.
And listen, since I'm that guy that does that makes everybody go single file, the person that's behind me, in the single file lane, they save that spot open for me. So when it comes to get into single file and there's no more room for 2 lanes, that person behind me always backs off a little bit and lets me get in, and we all go on about our way.
There you go. Hey,
We're
redneck.
all on the same page.
Thanks for being that guy, pal.
All right, have a good day.
There you go, buddy. The funniest part about this, you being the guy in the room that's going to blow past everybody, we're lined
I'm a
up in
sneak
construction.
on a known sheet.
You're the only person that has nothing to do.
But I like to get to it.
No, but that's what I mean. Like I have kids I have to get to. Kimmy's got a whole closet full of
Then follow
marijuana.
my way, man.
You don't have anything to do.
But
you're rushing to die.
I was going to say, he also can play the, I was confused card. You're getting to that age.
Oh, yeah, I am.
Oh,
And
okay.
Can I
that
sit low
wardrobe.
enough in the car now? I don't know.
Maybe they should take his license away.
Good luck with that. Gray Panthers, baby.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting it all.
Can we also sidebar here on this
What's
conversation?
that?
Again, as we're talking about 490, the bridge construction starts on April 7th. They want the state DOT to use the zipper lane. They've been putting it everywhere. It's on billboards, social media. It's been on the news. Waiting until the absolute last minute, and then every other car.
Yeah.
Merge.
Not cool.
Dick move in standstill traffic where you blow past everybody and then try to get in has always been a head-scratching move because it's not like you're cutting someone off and speeding away to never be seen again.
Yeah.
If you cut me off, you jump in front of me when you shouldn't, you're in front of me for like the next 5 minutes while we're at a crawl.
You walking on the fighting side of me, son.
I'm just saying, man, you know how some people can get around here.
Oh, I've seen it, yeah.
Do you want to risk getting that one psycho who decides they're going to get out of their
Yeah.
car
No.
to explain why you
I've
should
never
be
had a
more
problem.
considerate? Oh, well, let's
I'm
hope
telling you.
Let's hope that changes.
And you know I'm a known cutter.
No, I'm just saying I don't get the idea. Like, I'm going to
Yeah.
save 5 minutes
I also don't
by
wanna get-
risking my safety.
I hate waiting.
Safety, even like getting my car bumped or scratched or, you know what I mean? Like it could be like the most slow motion, like where I'm gonna go, clunk.
Yep. And now
that's not worth my time.
Now we got to pull over. We got to get
Yeah.
out of the car. Everyone's pissed at us because now the shoulder is all shut down. They got to maneuver around that. It's a nightmare. Just be
Terrible.
cool.
It's terrible.
With these projects on 490,
Yes.
one of two things are going to happen. Folks are either going to get used to it after a week or two,
Could be.
Mm-hmm.
and everything will be just fine, or the anger will build little by little every day until the middle of June when we start to see road rage incidents
And it's 90 degrees.
like we have never seen
Oh, yeah.
in Rochester
Yeah,
before.
that's going to be the one. People are going to get it's irritating.
No, I mean, folks will get used to it.
Yeah, I'm not saying everybody,
Well-
but you're going to have some people flipping out.
Yeah, because even if majority of people who take that route are used to it, you're gonna have a couple rogue people that didn't see it coming, don't take that way every day, and are gonna screw it up for everybody else.
I mean, you got to figure 1 in 10 motorists is a hothead, right?
That's a fair number,
Right?
10%.
Go with it. Fine.
Yeah. So that hothead by mid-June is going to be out of his mind. It's going to crop up. It's just the law of averages.
The weird thing about that, though,
Mm.
I mean, if you have enough time when you leave the house, I've always thought there's something nice about getting stuck in traffic on your way to work. Because, like, on the way home, you want to get home, right? You want to eat,
Oh,
you want
yeah,
to see your
yeah,
what? Okay,
yeah.
fine. You just want to relax. But for a lot of people, that ride in is the only quiet time you get all day. No kids, no spouse, just you, the break room, and an excuse to have nothing to
It
do.
is true, but the problem with traffic is you don't have any control over it.
Okay.
If you're a control freak, it's pissing you off. Even though you're getting that free time, it's got to eat away at you.
I like it. Like, we don't deal with traffic because we're
Well, yeah,
up at
we
3
blow
in the
through
morning.
them. Yeah.
But, like, I don't mind if I'm on my way home from somewhere, like a little peace and quiet.
It's something I don't want to go do.
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
what am I going to do? I have no choice.
All right, well, that's a good way to teach people to think about it. You're not having to go do that thing you don't want to do right now. So enjoy the peace and quiet. It's like therapy.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
There you go.
All right, let's take a break.
All right.
If you have not yet, we implore you to log on to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, or Twitch. It is a Tommy Tracksuit Thursday. However, the term tracksuit, very loose on what he's wearing.
Well, no, there's an actual term for this.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's that?
Leisure wear.
Oh, I thought it was
Chillaxing.
background character of every Bruce Lee movie. The Break Room WCMF on YouTube and Twitch if you want to take a look at it. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
Yeah, we're going to bitch it up, buddy.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. Also, Easter right around the corner. And we have a Facebook message from a young man in his 20s. And I'm guessing.
Yeah.
And look, here's the thing. We all thought we knew better when we were that age.
Sure.
We were all full of you-know-what and vinegar. And I get why this kid is like, hey, you can't tell me what to do, man. But when it comes to relationships, you got to pick your battles.
Oh, yeah, you do.
This is not a battle to pick. But it does illustrate with holidays like Easter and Christmas, when there is someone in your life who has a religious background or family members that take that religion very seriously, sometimes we'll get into it next here at the Break Room on CMF. It's the holiest of holy days.
Oh, yeah, number one, right?
If you're a religious person, you'll be at church.
Yeah.
Even some non-religious people will go just to be safe.
Yeah.
Hey, remember back then?
Hey, you cover your bets.
But not this guy.
Yeah.
They say, Tommy, you need to pick your spots.
Yeah.
So is God the hill you want to die on with your lady
Ooh, yeah.
and family?
Right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. We'll get to that in just a sec. It's another Tommy Tracksuit Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
Tracksuit, very loose term for what we're looking at.
Yeah, not really a tracksuit.
We've
No.
moved on, I think.
Yes.
From tracksuit. You call this.
It's leisure wear.
This is
It's something you chill with
This is
when your mate's coming over.
You just
for a pint.
rebranded pajamas. Like, that's what you did.
if Tommy were the Beatles, this is his Sgt. Pepper's era.
All right. Like I would go see the Maharishi or whatever they went
Tommy's
to.
in his chill era.
The Odyssey app,
Yeah.
WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch to log onto our live stream. The Break Room, WCMF, on YouTube and Twitch. If you want to see a man that looks like a complete jackass. We got folks writing us.
Yeah, what are they saying?
Tommy, it says, all Tommy needs is a glass of warm milk and a little blankie so he could fall asleep. We have more folks on Instagram.
Yeah.
You do look like you're wearing baby pajamas. Sam writes us, he looks like a newborn just leaving the hospital. Monkey Jockey writes, Rochester Psych Center is missing its patient this morning. But it is Thursday.
Yeah.
When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid or say it looks like they're performing in an off-Broadway version of the Smurfs. You look like you saw Johnny Cash live at Folsom Prison. You got to really hurt someone.
I hear Pat's mom's come.
Something along the lines of...
I'm Pat Duffy. I don't get Tommy's athleisure wear because I'm just an uptight little bitch. You just don't get chillaxing, baby.
It's not athleisure. Athleisure is athletic. That is straight up leisure.
You're not going for a jog in that.
You're-
That material does not breathe.
You look like you need to have a cone hat on your head. We take all your bitch voices, we run it back, we call it Bitch Voice Theater, and it happens now. On CMF!
And now, Bitch Voice Theater, featuring Thomas Muley, accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I'm jealous of Tracksuit Tommy because he's on fire right now. He's got hip tracksuits. He's causing miracles in his own leg.
Causing miracles?
Causing miracles in my own leg because I'm a miracle curing little bitch.
Hey, I went to the NFL draft last year. It was in Detroit.
Yep.
Ooh, I've been to
Downtown.
Detroit.
My neighbor's yards, and I had mine. I had my lawn rolled yesterday.
Ooh, lawn roller.
Why you get mad at me?
No, because you're kind of like calling me a puss here.
No.
A little, you're pussing me a little bit.
Oh, I got a man mouth on me, but not the way I like it, so I gotta go to the hospital because I'm bitch.
I have a hard copy of that Deca.
Ooh, I have hard copies of things that are worthless.
I know it.
You can't.
Situation. I don't want to get someone to get mad, so I'm going to say alcohol because I'm a scared ass of my wife, little bitch ass bitch. Bitch.
No, this is more a circle that your wife runs in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, intellectual. Pat Duffy, don't invite me over for breakfast because I'm just going to say it sucks because I want my eggs made a little special way and I don't want all my food to touch each other because I'm just a picky breakfast little bitch.
No, I like all my food touching each other.
You do?
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
And that was Bitch Voice Theater on WCMF.
Easter is 2 weeks from Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
And with that comes the bunnies and the brunches.
Ooh, the chocolate.
And all kinds of religious celebrations that start from Holy Thursday, go to Good Friday.
The sacrifice
Easter Sunday. Yeah. So with that in mind, I would like to read you an Instagram DM from a guy named Blaze. Quick sidebar.
Yeah.
Have either of you ever met a Blaze?
A blaze?
I don't think so.
He spells it Blaise.
No.
Blaze. Okay. And just so you know, if I had to guess, I would put Blaze in his mid-20s.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he writes, my fiance asked me to go with her and her parents to Easter Mass this year. They don't know I'm like Tommy and I'm an atheist. Quick sidebar, Tommy not an atheist, agnostic. There is a difference.
All right. I forget what you're about.
Agnostic, atheist is I do not believe in a higher power. Agnostic is there may be one, but I can't prove it.
Okay. Yeah.
Anyway,
All right.
you need to listen. So Blaze goes on. I told her, his girlfriend,
Yeah.
I don't want to go because I don't believe in it. I don't like church, and I don't want to abandon what I believe to make someone else happy. He says,
Don't get married, you idiot.
he goes on, she says it's not a big deal, and it would be a problem for her if I don't go, but she just doesn't understand why I feel the way I do, and I think she's trying to change me. I know Tommy will be on my side. Is everyone else?
Right.
Okay, so like going to church on Easter. This could be Christmas too.
Yeah, sure.
The importantest of religious days as far as folks who don't regularly go to church are concerned.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Like if you're not a regular churchgoer, if you're going to go.
You're going to the majors.
Highlights.
Okay. So
Yeah.
with what we got here,
Yeah.
he should go to church, right? With her.
I mean, you just go and just
Yeah,
deal with it,
it's-
man. Because, like, to your point, like, if you're going to be with this woman,
Thank you.
I mean, maybe you get something out of it. I don't know.
Okay, that's not what I'm saying.
No, I'm not saying.
You just
Well, you
said
kind of
it.
said it.
But she might be in a better mood.
Shut
I
up.
would think like it's not worth the fight, you know.
Ain't
you
worth
just go
that fight.
sit.
You might get, a little Easter treat.
No, all right.
Come on, buddy.
I get that he's young,
Yeah.
and I get that he thinks he has his principles. You can't change me. Ah, and that's fine. Believe what you believe. But like to your point, if you're going to get married to this girl, you really have to know where to pick your battles.
Right. Or don't be with her. Why would you fall in love with a religious person and then you don't want to participate in any of her religious things with her family? That's insane.
But I don't get the impression she's religious. She asked for him to go for the sake of her
But
parents.
she said it's important to the family.
Well, okay, let me hold on.
It's a family day. This is what we're doing.
Right.
All right.
Kind of thing.
I mean, great. I mean, I'm sure they're not like, deep, but they sound like they take it seriously.
Whatever it is, whether or not they're
Yeah.
deep. I mean,
Tradition. Yeah.
yeah, like, look, man, this is not the battle you want to pick. There are going to be bigger battles down the road.
And by the way, if let's say you're going to be with her, you just do like my old man did. My old man just kind of petered out on it after a while. And she just let it go.
But it doesn't even sound like if he's an atheist, right? Like he says he is here, and he's engaged to this girl. I'm assuming they have not been going to church regularly,
Right, yeah.
right? Look, man, it's an hour of your life for the sake of making her and her parents happy. Does anyone disagree? 252 WCMF? Because, like, to me, the argument is not worth it.
Right. I mean, I would either bail in a relationship or just bite the religious bullet. I mean, there's your real choices there.
No, you're right. If you look at her and say, I'm not doing this, you have to be prepared to end an engagement?
And I'm thinking
They could.
too, there are going to be plenty of times in the future, I'm guessing, where like are you just never going to go to like a wedding with her? Like there
good
may
point.
be other things
Yeah.
that you have to avoid
You
that
get
are
dragged.
that are somewhat religious for somebody
Baptism.
else that you will never if you say you're not going now, I'm guessing you're not going to go to any of that stuff in the future either.
And, like, past the religious part of it, man, like, look, you've been married multiple times for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
I've been married almost 15 years now. There are so many things worse than an hour of your time that are going to show up.
Yeah, you don't have to participate. You just got to sit there.
Like, if you say no to this, you will never find a woman there where you're not going to be like, I'm not doing it, and it's over. Like, you'll just be continuing to end
Yeah.
relationships because they're
Yeah.
asking you to do things that you're not comfortable with.
I will say this: if church isn't in regular rotation, where you just got to do the two majors,
Yeah.
right? I think you could do that. Like if I had to start going to church every Sunday, I get it, man. I'm out.
No, by the way, you're so full of crap. If your wife said we're going to church every Sunday, you'd be going to church every Sunday.
You know what it is?
Sure.
All right, man.
Okay.
No, but I hate church.
I understand.
Not I hate church.
Oh, look at you back in. Oh, no, I'm scared.
I just don't want to go because it's so goddamn boring.
Okay. I
And
love
it's just
how you
like-
back it up and then follow it up with goddamn boring.
I mean, there's churches I would go to. You know, I got my churches that I would go to.
What church is that?
Black church.
Black church goes for 5 hours.
Yeah, but you get guitar mass and you get the best food on the planet.
Okay.
You get guitars, you get some of the best singing in the world, and you get food.
And Tommy gets to show off his outfits.
And by the way, this would fit in that church.
No,
No.
the other stuff you've ordered. No,
You
that's
don't think
way
I look
too
like a
low end.
deacon? Deacon Tommy's coming today?
Also, you don't eat any of the food they serve at Black church.
I would also get fat.
Okay.
But you know what I mean? Like two times a year, even I could suffer through that.
Yeah.
Even though it sucks.
So with Blaze standing on business,
Yeah.
saying, I'm an atheist and I'm not going to church with your parents, with his fiance. We are in a weird spot right now with folks in religion.
What
Because,
happened?
well, Tommy, on one hand, statistically
Yeah,
as
it's
a
down.
country, yeah, we are the least religious we've ever been.
Now with the terrorists, it's probably going to be lower.
Church attendance is down.
Yeah.
Folks who identify as certain religions are down.
They're closing some of the churches. They're turning it into Starbucks.
But you wouldn't know that if you're on social media or watching the news, because the folks that are religious are very vocal about being religious.
Yes.
Right? Is being a different religion than your romantic partner? I mean, it's not the scandal it used to be.
But that's what I'm thinking. Like there was times you couldn't pull that move at all.
But it does.
Like now, I thought blended families and blended religions, and I thought it didn't matter anymore. Like I can remember you can't marry out of your own kind.
Yeah. But it does still feel like it's harder than some people think it is to overcome, even if you're a lapsed Catholic or a non-practicing Jewish person or, whatever it is you are. Like, there are walls or barriers or potholes that show up that you don't anticipate when you enter someone else's life that has a religious family or traditions that they like to do.
But I always felt like the people that, like, your age that are still doing it, I thought they were still doing it for the older set. Because mom and dad, mom still goes to Mass, so we got to go to Mass. But I always figure once mom checks out, that kind of goes away.
Oh, no. I mean, you can ask Kimmy. Like, if you get on social media now, like, there are people that are under 40 years old, from 18 to 40, that are very vocal about this is what I do and this is why I do it. And that's fine as long as,
I thought that was going away.
But again, I don't know if the numbers are down. I don't know if we're just hearing people get louder about it that are religious.
Like, I don't mean to sound crass here, but I don't even know how you have time for religion anymore. Because I'm thinking like
it is a commitment. Yeah.
I'm just thinking like your schedule with the kids, right? To like cut off, because it takes the whole morning. By the time you get up, get dressed, go to church, do all that stuff, you've eaten up the whole morning. I don't know how you can stop and do that. Like my mother was a stay-at-home mom. My dad didn't even really go. So like it was easy.
What? I thought they had Dad's Mass before.
Yeah, I forgot about Dad's Mass. It starts at like 5 o'clock in the morning for dads and overnight truckers.
They needed church, bro.
Oh, yeah, bro.
They needed church.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, you had the time.
No, I mean, look.
Who's got the time for God now? Come on.
I will take my wife to church with the kids once every couple of weeks.
But can you imagine doing that every Sunday?
My wife wants to, but here's the thing. Like you say the time. The time isn't even really an argument because, like, look, we're out of there by 11 o'clock. It's a Sunday.
but you got to get dressed, get the kids up. It's an ordeal.
I'm guessing like the fight with your kids has to be the toughest.
Oh
part.
my God.
My kids don't mind going to church.
Really?
I mean,
Man.
they go to Catholic school. So
I
it's not
dreaded
like-
it. I went to all those schools, and I just remember having to put on a goddamn suit and go to. I mean, how about Florida, man?
Yeah.
It's 1 billion degrees, and we're going to Southern Catholic Church.
No, I mean, for a spoiled rich kid, that must have been a really big sacrifice for you.
No, the butler didn't even have to go.
252 WCMF. Blaze wrote us on Instagram. I'm hoping this was something he didn't think all the way through. And again, look, man, we've all been, he looks like he's in his mid-20s. We've all been kids. Like, I got my principles, man. You can't change your man. But he says his fiance wants him to go to church with her parents on Easter Sunday. He says he's an atheist. He is refusing to do it. And he thinks Tommy gets it, man, even though Tommy's not on his side.
Well, I am on his side. I just don't think it's going to work.
So you're not on his side. You said go to church. You told him to go to church.
Listen, bro. I feel his pain. Can I say that?
It's an hour. It's an hour.
That's where it starts with marriage, bro. You
my
know
God.
it every time you tell me it's an hour. Because if you do that, then you got to do this.
All right, so you're telling him to break up with this chick then? You going to break an engagement?
I broke an engagement.
Yeah, and look, you're wearing pajamas to work now. Look what happened to
So
you.
I don't have a drinking problem anymore.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Perry. Hey, Perry, how are you, bud?
Hey, so I'm thinking if this chick's parents are religious and they're engaged, what's he going to do when they want a church wedding?
I mean, that is a great point. Have they not discussed what the wedding's going to look like?
Even if they don't get married in
Yeah.
a church, there could be some, religion mixed into the ceremony.
Always
right?
is.
Well, I mean, Perry, hold on. I mean, this could also be a situation where they're not very religious people. It's just been a family tradition to go to church on
Yeah.
Easter Sunday,
Yeah.
you know?
Could be. Yeah, it could be. Could be.
Perry, you a
But
married guy?
I'm just thinking, what's that?
Are you a married guy?
Oh, yeah.
Is this worth the fight?
No.
And we just lay down, man. We all just lay down. It's over.
Not at all.
Hey, Perry, good
Not at all.
to talk to you, buddy. Thanks for the call. I appreciate
See
it.
ya.
All right, take care.
But I'm thinking, like, let's say he decides he's going to marry her.
Yeah.
Now, let's say it goes long. God bless him. They live, 50-year marriage.
God bless him. I don't want to go to church. God bless him.
50 years. That's a 50-year commitment of Sundays.
Well, but again, you've made it the most extreme thing ever. It went from going to church on Easter with her parents to now
every Sunday.
You're going to get communion at 6 a.m. every day.
No, I know you're not handling the host or anything, but I'm just saying, like, you got baptism, you got weddings,
yes,
you've got first communions if you're Catholic. Like, there's always like these little nitpicky things you also get sucked into, and then here's the other one: goddamn funerals. Have you ever been for the mass for the dead?
Yeah.
It's an hour and a half, man.
Yeah,
that's the end
last
of somebody's life.
Yeah, it's the last time you're ever gonna have to deal with that person.
So the next one croaks.
Oh my God!
Like you're gonna have a line of corpses behind you. You're gonna have to go pay homage to at the church.
Line of corpses. Wasn't that what they called your national comedy tour?
Like, even if, let's say you really stand your ground and I'm going to sit out of all this stuff. Like, growing up, I remember, like, my mom was tasked with doing all the religious stuff because my dad wasn't Catholic. So when he would go to this stuff, he didn't participate or anything. And I think it got to the point where my mom just, like, gave up on, like, religion for us because it wasn't worth the fight. Like, why doesn't Dad have to go? Like,
and look what happened. Look what happened.
We got our first communion, and then she was like, "I'm done. We did that, so check."
So he could play that game too. Like, she'll just peter out on it.
You can play that game, but I guess to my point is it could still cause issues later on that you don't see coming. Like, especially if you don't agree on how you want your kids to
raise your children.
Religion.
We got a couple Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. Again, we're talking about this guy, Blaze. I'm starting to love that name.
Blaze?
Blaise. Blaze. Says he's an atheist. His fiance. She's going to church with her parents on Easter Sunday, wants him to go. He's not going, man. You can't change me, man. You can't do what you do, man. I'm not going to compromise my principles, man. And, the merry guy's in the room. Bro, it's an hour. Just go. Yeah. It's not worth the fight. A bunch of people are writing about converting.
Converting? That means I got to make like a commitment and paperwork?
All right, this comes in from Jim. Jim says, my wife's family's not religious, but they wanted a church wedding. I converted to her religion. It was very easy. Wasn't that big a deal.
But don't you have to like go to the church and talk to them and stuff?
Is it still pretty difficult to get married in a church if you're both not like Catholic or whatever religion?
Sometimes you have to have your marriage, if you've been married before like me, you had to have it annulled. Like, it happened, but it didn't.
So
and you got to pay, bro.
Kimmy.
Like,
they want that coin up front.
I know it used to be really hard to do.
To answer your question, it all depends on your religion. It can also, like for the Catholic thing, it can also depend on the priest of the parish that you're at. Some are more loose than others. Like, for example,
well, give me a loose priest.
My godfather, Uncle Whitey, firefighter.
My God.
What?
Your godfather, Uncle Whitey?
His name is Whitey.
Sounds like a Netflix series.
His name's John Whitehair. They call him Whitey. So they pick him. My dad doesn't go based on religion. He goes based on his buddies.
Yeah.
The nicest guy you'll ever meet. But Catholic.
Yeah.
He hadn't been a mass in a while. He had to go to his priest and get a letter saying that he was a Catholic in good standing.
So this is for your confirmation?
No, this was for when I was a baby.
Oh, for baptism.
I heard this story afterwards.
Right.
He had to like sit and play poker with the priest, like negotiate back and forth, like
and let him win.
No, you idiot!
Can't be
like
that strict anymore at this point. You would think they'd just welcome anybody who wants in.
I mean, it's a good. Well, I mean, I guess it would depend on how old school these people are. But he had to promise this guy, like, I will be at church every week.
You had to say you're going to be a member.
Yes, and to get this letter so he could be my godfather.
Wow.
Again, way to go, Uncle Whitey. Thanks. You failed me, buddy.
So when I was going to marry that chick in Lexington, right?
Yeah.
So we had to go sit in front of the priest. I had to have my previous marriage in Florida annulled. Then I had to go to this like couples thing every week.
Oh, that's pre-Cana.
Yeah. So you had to sit there and do that. And it sucked, man. And like there was like
maybe
paperwork.
that was a sign.
and then So I had to pay. They wanted money, which I didn't have. And then the whole thing blew up anyway because it turns out I was cheating on her. So what was the point?
Learned nothing.
We have more Facebook messages coming in. We'll wrap it up with this.
Go ahead, wrap it up.
John writes, this guy needs to have a serious talk with this girl. If it's just church to look good in front of her parents, he needs to go. If this is the start of wanting him to be a part of their church, that's something he's going to have to walk on. And I don't say this as anti-religious. I say that because that's the first step in her trying to change him. Man! No, but I mean, John is right.
Yeah.
Right? Like, look, when it comes to the relationship part of this, we love to make jokes about how women try and change men, and it's true.
Yeah.
Right? But it does go both ways, right? Like, you start to chip away at each other to find, like, that middle ground. If you're someone that is going to stand on everything you believe in and think that you're going to do that for the rest of your life, This ain't gonna work.
No, you're right.
Marriage ain't for you.
Yeah.
And that's also okay.
Yeah, move on.
Be ready for it.
Find some devil woman.
Let's take a break. You are under the impression that people can only have two kinds of pets.
Two kinds of pets?
Yeah, pets.
Yes.
Okay, they are?
Your dog
Mhm.
and your lesser cat.
Okay.
And that's it.
There are some folks here in New York State that are mounting a campaign, I guess you would call it.
What kind of exotic pet are they looking for?
It's not exotic. These are all over the place. They are they're natural to our area.
Uh-huh. Does my
Native?
niece have one?
I don't know, but it turns out in the state of New York, it's against the law to keep one of these as a pet.
Probably a good reason.
Well, no, that's just it. There isn't really a reason they can give.
I'm going to say rabies.
Okay, that could be one of them, but
Yeah.
your dog can also get rabies.
True. Any pet, really.
Any pet can, but they tend to have it more. You know what I'm saying? The outside people?
No, but because they're outside.
Yeah. That's where they get the rabies.
All right. We'll get
They ain't getting it from your Wi-Fi.
We'll get into it, and we'll do it next here in the break room on CMF. There are plenty of pets you can own here in the great state of New York.
Oh, sure.
However, for safety's sake, there are some animals that are strictly forbidden.
Yes.
And that's created a debate with this one specific animal because there are folks that want to own these arguing there is nothing dangerous about them. Even though, if you knew someone that had one,
Yeah.
you would have some questions.
Would you freak out if you saw one in somebody's house, like running around?
Like without knowing it was a pet?
But yeah, you just walked in their house. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, it's a little so-and-so.
Oh, no. If they told me it was a pet, no, I don't.
Would you pet it?
I think.
Would you let it into your lap?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll jump right into it. Did you know
What's that?
it is illegal to keep a raccoon as a pet in the state of New York?
Yeah, raccoons can get nasty.
Okay, so to quote the DEC, no one may possess a raccoon without a license, and licenses are not issued for pet wildlife. Therefore, it is illegal.
Like, a raccoon can tear you up. I told you I almost got attacked by a family of them in Toronto at dinner, coming down the pipe.
But those are wild raccoons.
They're-
You can also be attacked by wild dogs.
But,
We're all hoping.
But
You got nothing.
they look like little thieves,
But
too.
okay.
And they got claws and teeth.
Yeah, they got claws, don't they?
Yeah.
Look,
What?
I know there are some folks saying, of course you can't have a raccoon as a pet. That's stupid.
Yeah.
However, it is legal in 19 states in America.
And it's 19 of the most jerkwater states.
No, including states close to us, such as New Jersey,
Jerkwater.
Ohio, Rhode Island, and Vermont. All of those places near us, you can legally own a raccoon.
Oh, so Vermont can get a little hillbilly.
Okay, Rhode
And
Island,
Rhode Island, no.
Jersey.
South Jersey.
People want to know
Yeah.
why owning a raccoon is illegal in New York. Because the folks that want to own raccoons, and it turns out there's a whole bunch of people that want to own raccoons. Like
Really?
this has become kind of a movement. They argue that there are pets that are more dangerous that are legal to own in New York. And the dangers
Yeah.
that raccoons are presenting
Yeah.
to humans, they say, are little to none. They argue they are already living with us already. They're native, so the animals wouldn't get hurt.
Mm.
And I'm not saying that owning a raccoon is a good idea, but like I'll be honest with you, listening to the arguments these people make,
into these situations. Like I don't know if you can just all of a sudden claim an adult raccoon as your pet.
Can
If
you?
That would be cool.
Okay, so if I'm gonna buy,
That's a weirdo. Man, how about going to that house? Yeah, I'll breed raccoons. Come around back to the barn. I'll show you. I got other things you might be interested in, too.
if it's a business, they're
Well, it's-
making money.
They say, I make money, buddy.
But it seems like if you try to sell them to somebody out of state, that is wildlife trafficking and is a federal crime.
Okay, all right, but look, if you're buying a raccoon that is not from the wild, that has been bred to be a pet, what's the problem?
I guess. Yeah, have
What?
a goddamn raccoon.
Why
I,
are you
kinda
saying it like
I know
that?
this is going to sound weird, but I would kind of understand having a pet raccoon over like a pet snake or something.
I'm with you on that. I would
I-
rather.
I'll take anything fluffy, fine.
Okay, I would be with you there.
Okay, so like we were talking about 252 WCMF, as we have this story about pet raccoons being illegal in the state of New York and this growing movement to make it legal. I can't figure out, Kimmy, why all of a sudden there's this movement. Does someone famous on TikTok have like a pet raccoon or something?
You know they did.
I'm asking.
Somebody,
Well-
yeah, they showed the cute video. You know, now it's friends with a deer. You know, they show the friends with the dogs, friends with the deer. Now the deer's walking around the house.
What are you talking
But, you know, they
about?
have been all these cute little, like, I can't believe they're friends. Now they're hanging out in our house together.
No, but
This is all Instagram crap. And I'll tell you what's going to happen, buddy.
please.
People are going to they're going to jump on this raccoon craze, right?
Mm-hmm.
And about a year from now, they're going to get sick of them and just let them out the back door.
Okay.
The problem is they're going to die pretty quick because you've domesticated
Right.
them. They don't know how to defend
survive.
themselves. They're just going to get eaten. So how cruel is that going to be for a raccoon's life?
It's cruel, but it doesn't affect the wildlife situation in New York.
No, but you shouldn't do that to the poor thing. Leave it alone.
I love how you're like, don't have them, and now they're dying, and you're arguing for them.
I mean, unless you're living in a log cabin, you don't need one.
Well, it could be one of those things, though. They want it legalized so the people who did raise them, like let's say they saved a baby raccoon and they know that they can't release it into the wild. Well, it's still illegal to have it. So, like, I guess if somebody finds out that you have one, even though you don't really have a choice at this point,
Okay.
could they still like euthanize it?
that seems like a pretty big jump as to why there's a giant swell of people that want to
Yeah.
own raccoons. All right, tell you what, 252 WCMF. It turns out there are some folks sitting on hold that have had pet raccoons. Rachel is one of them. Hey, Rachel, how's it going?
Good. How are you guys?
Good. Why did you have a pet raccoon, Rachel?
Growing up, my mom, unofficially, she was not licensed, so it was illegal. But people knew her as she was a crazy animal person, and she would rehabilitate animals.
My mom ran an illegal raccoon smuggling ring.
That is true. Not just raccoons. We had a bunch of she had a bunch of birds that she rehabilitated, then would release out into the wild. We had squirrels. We had all kinds of different.
Your mother sounds like a kook.
She said she was a crazy cat lady.
No, kook.
She was a bit of a kook. God rest her soul. Amazing woman. But so someone contacted her at some point. They had some raccoons in their attic, and there was a baby. I don't know what they did with the adult raccoons, but the baby was not ready. Maybe they killed the adults. I don't know.
Okay,
but
that
they
got
gave
dark.
the baby.
All right, but Rachel, you had a
So-
pet raccoon. So what was your experience like with a pet raccoon?
Well, my mom raised it from a baby. She fed it with a bottle and stuff, and then it grew up, and it was just like having a house cat in our house. And he would just kind of walk around, hang out like a house cat. And he was super close with my mom. So, if my mom got too far away from him, he would sit down, and he'd reach his hands out to her, and he'd whine. And his little paws were like leather gloves. They were really cool, but super nimble. So he could open hook and eye bolts and stuff like that.
So
He was real.
they are supposed to be super smart, right, Rachel?
Yeah. So what ended up happening was, because he would get into things at night while we were sleeping, my mom got this big cage, and she put it outside in our shed, and he had to go in the cage at night, which we thought would be fine, except his fingers were so nimble, he would pop the bolt on the cage, and he also popped the hook and eye bolt on the window to the shed, and he would get out.
Holy crap.
And he was probably what?
I'm sorry, I said holy crap. I didn't know that raccoons were that smart.
Then he hot-wired the car, headed out to the strip club, where he became night manager.
Probably he would come back in the morning, so we would get to the shed and he'd be there, but we knew he'd been
It's like an
out
Irish
because the window
husband
was
comes
open.
stumbling back around 6 a.m. Good evening. My hands is like leather.
Rachel, thank you for the call.
Where's
I
your
really
mother?
appreciate it.
He got rabies at the end of that.
Oh, my God. Don't tell us that last part, Rachel.
No. They sent him to El Salvador, so he's sitting in a prison
know
now.
how it ends. It didn't end well. We had him for over a year, but then he was getting out and he got rabies. So.
Okay. All right. So then would you recommend or not recommend pet raccoons?
I want to say recommend because, my God, I love that guy. He was awesome.
Till he died.
You got to make sure he's not getting out and, seeing other raccoons and comporting with them because
Cohorting with other raccoons. Hey,
that's
Rachel.
what he was doing.
You make it sound
Rachel.
like Magic Johnson in the 80s. Hey, he just was out too much at the clubs.
Way
at
to
night.
not make it dark again, you douche. Rachel, thank you for the call. I appreciate it. Have a good rest
bye.
of the day. There it goes.
Hanging out in those clubs, man.
Your mic's off.
Nothing.
Never
Wait, you
mind.
turned the mic on and say nothing?
252 WCMF. There is a swell of support for people here in the state of New York.
So it's a raccoon movement.
I guess it would be. We
Yeah.
could describe it that way, to legalize owning raccoons as pets. Right now, it is illegal to own a raccoon as a pet in New York State. I mean, all right, finish this sentence, Tommy. I see you guys on hold. We'll
Oh, I
get-
love these contests.
A person who owns a raccoon as a pet would be
A kook.
okay.
You're one of those exotic pet weirdos.
Oh, see, I kind of just see it as like an animal lover, like somebody that,
But they're
always
sad.
is finding injured baby birds and stuff and trying to revive them. Like, I just assume you didn't consciously go out of your way to get a pet raccoon. You just kind of ended up with one.
All right, but let's say, Kimmy, all right, I'll finish the sentence. Someone
Yeah.
that went out and bought a raccoon as a pet
Okay.
is
a little strange.
Okay.
She's out.
I mean,
go
I wouldn't want one, but I guess I could understand how somebody could end up with one.
You have to admit they look like fun. Sometimes they
They're-
walk upright
they're
like
adorable.
people. They got human hands.
They scare me, man. You've never seen one coming after your ass.
Have you ever seen a baby one though? They're
They're
pretty,
super cute.
pretty
Well, every
freaking cute.
baby's cute.
Super cute.
Oh.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Jessica. Jessica, you're on CMF.
Hey guys,
Hey.
I have to agree with Tommy here because I work a lot with wildlife and having a raccoon is a terrible idea.
Okay, what's the worst part about having a raccoon?
Well, just like your previous caller said, they contract diseases, not just rabies, but other fun things that spread to humans. So
Gonorrhea.
you're putting
Herpes.
yourself at risk for that.
Okay.
And they're really smart, like your previous caller said, and they get out. So a lot of people get these things because they're so adorable, so cute, and they want one. and then it wreaks havoc on their house, and then they don't know what to do with it, so they put it back out in the wild. Then you've got this raccoon that likes people, coming up to people, getting into trouble, and then they have to kill the animal. And you just did a disservice to that poor raccoon because you wanted it.
He's out snagging wallets and grabbing purses. It's a bad idea.
Never got to get married, didn't get his dream job,
No.
didn't get to retire. No gold watch for that raccoon.
No.
And he could wear it because he's got human hands.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Jessica, you're out on the raccoon.
I'm definitely out on the raccoon. I think it's a pretty horrible idea.
Okay.
Strongly advises against it.
Well, she's a pro. She
Wait
handles
a-
it well.
Oh, I want an upright walking human hand having pet, man.
Those are called babies.
That's not a pet,
Yeah,
you
but
monster.
that's all about you. Like, not to be all animal rightsy, but people want these things because they want them, and then they get them, don't know what to do with them, and then you just, like, killed an animal
You know,
for no reason.
Florida is full of all this crap in the wild because people get all these exotic pets. They let them go, and now they can live in the tropics down there, and they're overrun with, like, snakes and goddamn lizards.
Look, I'm not arguing for raccoons. I was just curious as to why they're legal. Here comes Jessica. Oh, I got ethics.
Giving us logic.
Oh, I care about things. Oh. Thank you, Jessica. Have a good rest of the day. Was that Jessica doing an impression of me, doing an impression
Yes,
of
I
Jessica?
I think so.
So we reached Jessception. Paul writes us on Instagram. He says, my stepmom raised a raccoon. That thing was a stupid douche and tried to attack our Rottweiler. F raccoons.
Yeah, I wouldn't be like mixing pets because I don't know how cool a
I
dog
ain't
is or a cat
For
is
no
with a
pet
raccoon.
mixing. I ain't for it, and I don't preach it, and I don't tolerate it. Back in my day, there was no mixing of the pets.
All right, I'm sorry, go ahead, Kimmy. Were you going to say something? Okay. Let me ask you guys this question. If not raccoon,
Yeah.
one wildlife animal from New York, native to the Rochester area, that you would like to keep as a pet. So like fox, deer, turtle, coyote, bunny, any of the fish we have in the lakes or rivers. Is
If
there
I had to pick one,
you got to pick one to keep as a pet native to Rochester. What would it be?
I'm going to go bunny.
Bunny. Yeah, that does seem like
Pretty
The most
cute.
adorable.
Yeah.
And
Although-
least vicious.
I did see a video last night on Instagram. It was a montage of bunnies freaking out. Apparently they have attitude.
They scream.
No, that's the Cadbury commercial. That's not real. Buck, 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 buck. Oh my God. We're in Cadbury time. I haven't gotten a Cadbury egg yet.
Oh no, you still have time.
Hey, you turn it into me?
I'm sorry. I just realized.
Plenty of time.
No, I got my Andy. I told you.
Candy. Wait, that's candy.
Speaking of bunnies.
When you talk like that in that outfit, you look like a 4-year-old.
I got candy.
I just got my Andy's Candies bunny. I didn't get my Cadbury
I was
egg.
going to ask you. I was worried about your Andy's candies.
All right, so you're going bunny. All right, Kimmy, if we take bunny off the table, fox, deer, turtle, coyote, any of the fish we have in our waters, which one?
Okay, I know this is a terrible idea, but have you ever seen a baby fox?
Yeah, but they're mean.
Pretty freaking cute though.
Yeah, but they ain't going to stay a baby.
Would they be
Yeah.
mean if you raised them?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I feel like they're kind of a hybrid dog-cat situation.
But they also seem like they're really super smart
Yeah.
Okay.
and would get out and do bad things. They'd eat all your Cadbury eggs.
They're going to die. I'm assuming they're like dogs. Are they cats or dogs?
So a fox would be a...
think-
They're more dog. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
pack animals. They got to be a dog.
Cats are also pack animals.
No, they're not.
Lions,
No, I'm talking like a house cat.
cougars, bobcat.
But do they all hang together?
Oh. Whenever I see a lion, there's more than one lion.
If you're basing that on Disney
I'm basing it on National
and Lion
Geographic.
Country Safari where we shove them all in the same part.
Okay, fox.
Yeah, they seem to like each other.
They're more closely related to dogs than cats.
Okay. I was just asking a
But
question.
they're their own thing.
By the way, you're both wrong. Giant turtle is the pet that's native here. That
That's
you
called a tortoise.
Okay.
I don't
fine.
think tortoises
you need,
are
like, room
native
for them
here.
to like roam around. You need like a spot to have.
Tortoises aren't
keep
from
them
here.
in your
No,
yard.
but you've seen those giant turtles that are
Yeah,
crossing
yeah.
the street.
Those
And by
are
the way,
snappers, man.
You don't need a lot of space. You just need to keep turning them around every 15 minutes. He goes pretty slow. Plus, those things live forever, so you'd have a friend for life.
Again, I think you're thinking of the
It
tortoise.
doesn't matter. I
Go
want
for like 150 years. Not your standard ass scuzzy turtle.
252 WCMF. Tortoise got my tongue. 252 WCMF. We'll take one more call again. We're talking about how there is a movement, apparently, to legalize pet raccoons in the state of New York. Don has got the last word. Hey, Donnie, how are you, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Good, brother. What do you got?
Good. How are you?
Good, ready?
That's
What's
what
up?
I was going to say. First of all, I'm going to stick with the fox if I was to pick it. And then second of all, have you guys seen the raccoon guy online? Gets about 50 raccoons on his back porch and feeds them about 5 pounds of hot dogs every night.
All right, so he's gone viral multiple
They
times?
just attack his back porch.
Okay.
yes.
All right, so that's got to be it
Been on the
then.
news a couple times every day. I don't know exactly where he's from.
All right. All right, well, Don, thanks for the heads up. That's got to be
But
it
I
then.
think those are just wild raccoons that he feeds.
He
It's
feeds
not
hot dogs too.
Like he started feeding one, and then the raccoon told his buddies, like, "Hey, this guy's got unlimited hot dogs."
Which, by the way, is pretty smart that they were able to communicate in that way.
Yeah, true.
They're doing sign language with their human hands. One's got a watch. Take a break. Look, you're at a point now, Tommy, based on your face, your attitude, and your outfit,
What?
where like feeling old is not a big deal for you.
Nah, you just roll with it.
You
man.
got it. Kimmy and I have yet to hit that point.
Yeah, but you're
although-
getting there, bro.
Look, an announcement yesterday is going to make everybody that went to high school in the 2000s feel super old.
It was an announcement?
Yeah, well, there's a band coming here.
Yeah.
And the way that it was described by some people is jarring.
Aging rockers coming to town.
Look,
Do these geezers still got it?
We play classic rock here on WCMF.
Yeah, but most of these people are like old ass.
But, Kimmy,
Yeah, it's shifting.
this is classic rock now?
I don't know. I don't
Oh.
know. I don't know if this kind of music had enough hang time. Do you?
Well, there's one band that's selling out
Yeah.
arenas around the world, and I mean,
So this was back when y'all were in high school?
in high school, yes.
All right.
This
20
this
years ago.
blew up when I was a junior in high school. We'll tell you who we're talking about next here in the break room on CMF. Oh, God, what happened?
What's the matter?
What happened? This was popular like yesterday.
Really?
It was popular yesterday. And it's going to create a serious debate because based on sound, it is not this.
Yeah.
But based on timeline, it absolutely is
So
this.
how far back we going?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Folks in Rochester were very excited yesterday, and I'm going to have to do a lot of explaining to you,
Well,
after a concert announcement.
ooh, who's coming?
Pop punk stars, brand new, are coming to the Blue Cross Arena this summer. How you pull?
So they're called Brand New?
Brand new. So
Never heard of them.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Think Blink-182, Fall Out Boy.
All right.
And you
that
heard,
era.
yeah, with more screaming. If you went to high school in the early 2000s, you probably know who they are. Two things that were very surprising to me about this, Kimmy.
Yeah.
So one, I didn't think Brand New was popular enough to sell out an arena.
I mean, of all those bands at the time that sounded similar, I guess I didn't realize like they were like the more, they had a bigger following.
Are
than
they
those
coming
other
by
bands.
themselves?
Yeah, well, I mean, they're the headline. That was the show that was announced.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not like a tour or like a festival tour or anything.
But they're like
Right.
the, all right.
But
headliner.
what jarred me further
Mm-hmm.
yesterday is when the concert was announced, people were talking about it on social media, and so many people were excited about
Yeah.
this. Kim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some people described them as classic rock.
Well, I mean, if you're going back over 20 years.
It is.
That
about
album,
20,
their
probably.
debut album, which was probably their biggest album, came out in 2003, so that's 22 years ago.
Yeah. Wow.
I mean, you get up there.
Not so brand new anymore.
I mean, if they're not rock, obviously.
No, they are rock. I mean,
there-
that's
yeah,
rock.
there was a
That
bunch of
ain't
music
no rock.
around that time where I guess, unless it's in its own category, you would consider it classic rock by the definition.
I'm going to puke.
Because you asshole.
Bro, that's classic. Okay, so like,
It's your fog hat. You like fog hat, man? I love fog hat.
okay, so like, if we, I'm sorry, go ahead.
But it's weird though because this music like came and went so quickly. Like it didn't stick for that long. So so does it have this staying power as some of the other classic rock that's been played?
But who plays that on the radio? Nobody.
I don't know.
Nobody.
Right, it's kind of in a weird.
But all that
Timeline
pop
right
punk
there.
is in a weird thing.
Yeah.
All right, so let's break this down. All right, so by timeline,
Yeah.
if you want to get like, technical, it's classic rock because like if it's 22 years old,
Right.
in 2000, CMF was playing nothing but songs made in 1975.
Yes.
Right? If we oh god, that makes me want to puke too.
Right.
Ugh. Okay. All right. But there's also this argument that classic rock is a sound.
It is.
It's not about it. But here's the thing. Now on CMF, you will hear Foo Fighters, you'll hear Green Day, you'll hear
Grunge,
Pearl
yeah.
Jam,
and your
Soundgarden.
phones light up.
You'll get Nickelback, you'll get Creed sprinkled in. So like
Creed is now. Come on.
Where
yeah,
you been?
not during us, but
know.
like in
I
other
know.
times of the day. So like yeah, man, like that those bands, Foo Fighters, Green Day, Pearl Jam, Soundgarden, Nickelback, Creed, those are not by sound classic rock.
Okay.
Right? But you can't play Smoke on the Water for 60 years and expect new people to be like, "Oh, it's pretty sweet."
Well, we thought we could.
3 chords, pretty cool. I don't, and like to your point about Brand New as a band, you're right, Kimmy. They didn't have a lot of hang time.
Yeah.
But bands like Blink-182, bands
Yeah.
like Green Day, bands like the Foo Fighters. I mean, I guess that's not pop punk,
yeah,
but
a little different.
Fall Out Boy, they were around for 20, 30 years.
So does this fall into like that Crash Test Dummies?
No.
Or is that
No.
before or after
This
that?
that's after this.
After
So
that,
think
Oh.
like 90. No, I'm saying Crash Test Dummies was before Brand
Yeah.
New.
All right.
Think 99 to 2010,
Okay.
right in there.
Yeah, this is a bad years of music.
Blink-182 sells out arenas in
Yeah.
seconds.
I don't get it.
They just announced a reunion tour last year. They did it. People are flying all over the country.
I always think like if you gave me some time, I think I could play that music.
So do it.
Of all the music.
I
that you
did
said
all
you could
that
play.
whole era. It just sounds too easy
Well, no,
to do.
it's not.
It just sounds like
He
everybody's-
doesn't even know what music he's talking
I
about.
know what I'm talking
No,
about.
it's up here. It's like this.
Well,
That's what
that
it
crap you just
sounds
played.
like.
You just sound depressed.
Well, no, I do that, and then you scream over the top of it. Do
Right.
I sing
Shut up.
like that? Then you go, my heart.
It was great being a teen when that music. I mean, there's a reason it
Oh,
appealed
yeah.
to us.
Yeah, you're
whiny, just like that whole like, me against the world, man.
Yeah,
kind of music.
No, like you were being held down because your mom wouldn't take you to the mall at Grease
Yes.
Ridge to hang out with your friends to go to
Get your
soups.
heart broken.
And like, here's the other thing, man. Like, as we talk about brand new pop punk band from 20-something years ago, they're coming to the Blue Cross Arena this summer. People got very excited. Surprising they have that kind of draw, but good for them. More surprising that it was being described by some as classic rock yesterday. I mean, I guess by timeline it is. You say it's not that complicated.
It isn't.
There's plenty of massively influential rock bands that aren't. I mean, look at the Ramones, for God's sake.
Yeah.
You could play that right now.
Yeah, the Ramones were, but that was a different.
Sex Pistols. No, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it had punk.
I mean, it's very
in it.
stripped down. Yes.
Yes.
Garage rock, grimy,
Garage rock.
grimy.
These
dirty.
bands were influenced by bands like the
All right.
Ramones and the Sex Pistols.
What do I know,
and-
Pat? It's not my cup of tea.
What are you? But the Ramones isn't either.
No.
But
I
you're
never-
defending the Ramones.
I never got the Ramones. The guys that like the Ramones, I always just knew couldn't get laid.
What are you talking? The Ramones got plenty laid. Even that really
The Ramones
ugly
got
one.
laid. The guys at the concerts did not.
Joey Ramone, the ugliest man that ever lived, plenty get laid.
Like, women heard the Ramones and ran out of the room.
But what about the Runaways? They sounded like the Ramones.
Yeah, all those bands were. Chicks hated that music.
Chicks hated the Runaways.
Yes.
Okay.
That's why they were called the Runaways.
Shut up.
But their audience was gone.
You are dumb. You're a dumb person, and you say dumb things.
If this type of music never makes it into the classic rock category, will we have like a station like Elder Emo or something like
Ooh,
that? Like,
that's
will
an
it be
idea.
its own? Is there enough music there for it to have its
It's probably
own,
already out there somewhere on a podcast.
own category?
Did you hear what he just said?
Yeah,
They're
I
probably
know.
playing songs on a
Yeah,
podcast.
you can
like,
probably
is
get.
what the old man just
There's
said.
probably two dicks sitting in their parents' basement talking about this
Podcast
crap
would
right
be without
now.
music.
Hey, Kimmy, did you hear that podcast with all that great music on it yesterday? All right, Kimmy, here's the thing.
Coming
Yeah.
up next, men's sexual wellness and emo music.
There's enough of it where that station could exist. Here's the problem, and you brought it up a second ago. What is surprising to me about bands like Blink-182 and Brand New coming back around, maybe not those bands specifically, it was tailored for us at a specific time.
Yeah.
Like you said, it
Like,
was
even
whiny.
if you loved, and I loved that music.
You
like,
couldn't
when I was a
listen to it all
teenager,
day.
but it just didn't stick with me. Like I don't connect to it as much today, other than just it being like reminding me of a point in time.
All right, do me a favor. If you have a chance, can
Yeah.
you pull up a Dashboard Confessional song for me? Give me Screaming Infidelities, all right? So, Dashboard Confessional,
I heard of them.
okay, was the quintessential, stereotypical, emo, early 2000s band, right? And I remember being a teenage kid and hearing their first album, his first album, being like, oh, my God. Oh, my God. He knows.
Your hair is everywhere.
He gets it, man. He knows what it's like. He was in love, and his heart was broken.
Oh,
You know
yeah.
what? He's just speaking things. And the other day, I have one of their albums on my phone for some reason. It's
Man.
lived there for years and years and years. And it came on by accident.
Oh.
Like it was just filtering through
It's
things.
like a message.
And it was one of those moments where it was like, you're right, Kimmy. It brought me back to a period in time, but I could not listen to that again, ever.
Yeah, so you imagine a whole station of that crap.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like,
there's no audience.
but that being said, I know two people my age. One flew to Nashville, one flew to Los Angeles to go see Blink-182 on this tour.
flew to L.A.
One Nashville, one L.A. And
Really?
they're selling these arenas out. This is Dashboard Confessional. I can sing every word of this album. Sit alone and wonder how you're making out. But as for me, I wish I was anywhere with anyone making out. Keep it going. Keep it going,
Why
Kevin.
don't you shut up?
I'm missing you, Ab. How did it be? You don't feel it?
No. Oh, I feel something.
Happy as you're pretending. You're not even happy with that. You're just faking it. One more. Keep it going. The blankets and sheets. Okay, now you can pull it down.
Oh, God, that is horrible.
It is terrible, but that
Well,
made me a man. It
well,
made
no,
me a man.
I don't think it made you mad.
Well, help
You'd
you
have to have a-
navigate love when you were 15.
Okay.
God, what the hell was wrong with this man? By the way, that dude was like 30 when he was writing those songs. Your hair is everywhere. I blew my voice out. Let's take a break. For years and years and years,
Yeah.
this was Wildly inappropriate.
Oh.
You do not do this at your job. If someone were to ask, they are rude. If you were to say this out loud, you are either braggadocious or you're lying. And a Buffalo Bills player made a mistake, it seems.
Oh.
He asked for this in public.
Yeah.
And we'll get into that story, but it's less a Bills story and more of a changing time story. Much like we no longer identify with Dashboard Confessional.
Oh, really?
Maybe it's time where it's appropriate to say out loud that number on your check. And we'll get into it next here at the break room on CMF. Old schoolers
Yeah.
will say this is inappropriate. You never discuss this at your job.
Yeah.
But over the last few years, there's been a push to now talk about this openly.
It's a bad idea, bro.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. When did the man walk in?
What?
Is that the man that I just
Just a
saw?
man.
Yeah. This has kind of played itself out in front of our faces with the Buffalo Bills this offseason, and it seems to have hurt this guy. But does it help when it happens at our everyday regular ass jobs? You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, by the way, it is a Tommy Tracksuit Thursday in the loosest sense of the term.
Yeah, it is loose.
If you have not gotten a look at Tommy's outfit today, the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, and Twitch, it is by far the stupidest thing he's
It
ever
is
worn.
so comfortable.
You look like a moron. And you
I
think
feel
you
like
look
$1 million.
Okay.
Moron.
The Break Room, WCMF on YouTube and Twitch. So over the weekend, they just made it official yesterday. The Buffalo Bills signed corner Christian Benford to a really nice contract extension.
Oh, good for him.
And this summer, they've locked down Josh Allen, Khalil Shakir, Greg Rousseau, and Terrell Bernard. They're guys that they are keeping around whose contracts were coming to an end after this season.
Yeah.
Not Josh Allen, but the rest of
Yeah.
them. And there is one, Tommy, primetime player left who did not get a deal.
Oh.
Running back James Cook.
Oh.
He will be a free agent at the end of the year. Bills fans want him to stick around because he had one of the best running back seasons of the league last year. But a few days ago, general manager Brandon Beane, in an interview, said they were not making progress on his contract, and he did not expect to get a deal done anytime soon.
Oh, that doesn't sound good.
The difference between James Cook and the rest of the guys who got paid, Cook openly talked about the money he wanted. He went on Instagram and said he wanted $15 million a year, which is a ton of money.
But the kid put out.
He did. But he talked about his business in public. And the amount aside, that is the reason why a lot of NFL insiders believe he has yet to get paid. By the way, update to this story from yesterday, James Cook put his house in Orchard Park up for sale.
What?
Ooh.
Not great.
All right.
So getting away from James Cook
Yeah.
and bringing it back to normal everyday life here. Should you talk about what you make or what you want to make out loud at your job?
Nobody wants to hear it. Like, what's the benefit? Why would I want to know what somebody else makes?
Oh, you don't want to know?
Well, I mean, it doesn't benefit me as far it's only going to irritate me.
First of
You don't
all,
wanna know what somebody else
know.
makes.
But it's an irritant.
No. You
I'm
said,
not going to go, good for you making more money
Yeah.
than me.
But you want to know.
Bravo. But it doesn't serve the purpose.
that's two different things. You want to know?
Yeah. But I've also, I told you we did this experiment on the old show, man, by accident, and it was a big problem across the board.
Which is why I know you're full of crap, because for those who don't know the story.
So somebody found a sheet of paper in an office that he shouldn't have been in of everybody's salary for the whole goddamn company. Like everybody. The boss man you kind of knew, but all the morning shows, the salespeople, everybody. It was a list.
And they ran in with that piece of paper, and because of what you just said, you don't want to know. You said, no. Don't tell me. I don't want to see the piece of paper.
But it caused a lot of problems.
Did you grab the paper immediately?
I didn't have to. They were just yelling it out loud.
Oh, you didn't run out of the room and go, no, I don't want to hear this. I don't
No, I
no.
wanted to hear it.
Okay. It makes sense that you say no. You should not talk about your salary.
Right.
On a
And
counter.
never tell anybody your goddamn business.
Okay, Corleone.
Hey, he was right.
Was he? Yeah, it worked out for him in the end, didn't it?
Well, he went all the way to part 3.
Yeah, and then his daughter didn't make it to part 4. And what I'm getting
Well,
at
they
is
should
this.
have never went to the opera house without protection.
You saying no makes sense because this is a big generational divide. Thank you.
Because you all just want to just shoot everything out there. Like your whole ass is wide open.
Okay, yeah, and when you don't talk about your salary at your job, you give your bosses massive
They have
leverage.
the upper hand.
Thank you. You're fine with
I mean-
you're fine with the 1%ers having the leverage over us like that?
How's it going to change?
What do you mean? How's it going to change?
How are you going to get any more money from the 1%ers?
All right, so let's break this down. 252 WCMF 252-9263. No wonder you can afford such fancy pajamas.
No big deal.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
would you have any problem discussing your salary with your coworkers if it came up?
No. I mean, I think it would bother me. It would be a hard conversation to have amongst coworkers, but it does benefit everybody in the end.
How? I ain't saying it.
Because if I know that I'm doing, 2 times more than that person over there, well,
You are.
when it comes
Go
time
get
to
your money.
if I'm in a position where I can negotiate, I have like 10 more things to point to because I know what you're making, and I know that they can afford to pay you that.
So you're saying that you could take that information to your boss and go, hey, if so-and-so's making
I think it helps.
why am I
Whether or
not?
not you get that money, I think it helps your argument.
Okay. You ain't getting any more money out of that argument.
But whether or not you do, there are one of
Get
three.
out of my office.
Your office?
No one in that outfit gets an office.
My office.
If you discuss your salary with your coworkers,
Yes.
one of three things is going to happen.
Yeah.
I need you to listen to me.
I'm
No,
listening.
because you're just waiting to be like, bah, bah,
No.
bah, bah. Bobcats run 45 miles an hour.
By the way, there are jobs where you can see your coworkers' salaries.
Yeah, like
it's
the
like
NFL.
public information.
Okay, so one of three things will happen if you have this discussion.
Yeah.
One, you realize you make more than you thought compared to your coworkers, which will make you feel valued or let you know this is as high as I can go.
Yeah.
Two, you realize lots of coworkers make more than you, which shows you how you are valued by the bosses.
Not very good.
Three, you find out that none of any of you are making any money, and the place where you work is exploiting the hell out of you. And I ask this question: why are any of those three things bad?
It creates bad tension in the office. And if you're not going anywhere, what good is it going to do you? Because if everybody, it's like a cancer. It just kills the business.
No, I agree with you. It can create some drama, but guess what? I don't own the business. And if
Right.
you're going to underpay me or exploit all of us or tell me what you think I'm worth, guess what? I now have an opportunity to go build a career somewhere else.
Well, then good riddance.
Well,
to
but
you.
see, here's the thing. I wouldn't.
I'll find another sucker to fill your spot, buddy.
And you just said it, man. When you don't.
Or maybe I'll take this plan overseas. See how you like it then.
Okay. So I get to go work somewhere else
Yeah,
and
we're
not
moving
be.
to Guam.
What are you? That's not.
I'm taking my company to
That's
Guam.
an American territory.
Okay, lesser Guam. What's next to Guam?
It's Guam.
Guadalcanal.
Wait a minute.
Not really sure who owns it. The Guadals, I think, you owned it at one time.
Dynamite Bakery they own. Guadal's Bakery. Look, man, I get that it is hard for you to wrap your head around that
Yeah.
things are changing. But knowing where you stand compared to your coworkers can only help you.
I'm only saying it would help you if you could use it as leverage to go to the man and get more money. I would agree.
Okay.
I don't think it works that way, though.
Okay, but again, if I can't get the money, I know that I need to find an out.
All right, then you split. All right, go find your dream job
Or you could maybe get
in
some.
Guam.
Or
Guadalcanal.
Guadalcanal. Guadalcanal.
You could also get some. Let's say you're all working the same job.
Yeah.
You find out like you're getting paid way less than everybody else. Could at least ask the boss why.
Great point.
Hey, what can I do? Why am I getting paid less? Is there a reason?
I don't even think I'd have that much patience. If I found out that I was getting paid a hell of a lot less,
Yeah.
I'm gone.
Yeah.
I'm not even looking
All
for that answer.
Probably a smarter move because he's not going to give you more money.
Oh, it's smarter move because according to you, we should all be vaults with what we make.
No, you need leverage, baby. You got to get some dirt on the boss.
Man who's never been promoted in 30 years is talking about leverage. 252 WCMF, coming off this James Cook situation where he publicly asked for $15 million. He's the only guy that has his contract coming up at the end of this season who has not gotten an extension with the Buffalo Bills. Do you talk about your salary openly with your coworkers? Tommy says, absolutely not. That's not how we do business here. Whereas Kimmy and I think it's a good idea.
Here's my wallet, man. Look what I got. You got some money?
Kimmy,
Yeah.
do you want to know why guys Tommy's age don't want to talk about their salaries at work?
Ooh, why's that?
They all think they're nailing it. Somehow, when Tommy was coming up, the places they
Oh, they
worked.
don't want to make anybody feel bad.
No, that's not it. That's the argument he makes. But when Tommy was coming up, him and folks his age, the places they worked did a great job of convincing them they were special.
They were.
The money you're making is for you because you work so hard. And if
Greatest
you-
generation, bro.
And if you tell anyone what you're making, they're going to get real mad because you make so much money. And Tommy and his crew were like, yeah, okay, I'm the greatest. And they didn't talk about it for 40 years. The bosses, you're so dumb. They stroked your ego into not making money.
Yeah, but we all had nice lives.
Great. You know what a better life?
What?
The boss.
Well, because he's the boss.
And because he was paying you or she was paying you, well, back then, he was paying you less than what you could have made. And it's not even like folks in your generation were private about the rest of your lives. Even now,
Yeah.
think about the conversations you have involving your coworkers, hopes, dreams, relationship drama, sex lives, political beliefs.
Yeah.
Most of us spend more time with our coworkers than we do our families. Therefore, we are an open book with everything except when it comes to what we make.
Well, because this country's always had a weird relationship with money.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh. Why do you think that is?
Oh.
Oh, everybody, don't talk about your salary, so nobody knows what they
Well,
make.
they just keep things
Buy
to
a boat,
yourself.
put it on finance a boat.
Yes.
Finance a boat. do it for the economy. If I asked you what you make, would you tell me?
Yeah, I would tell you.
You lie. You would be honest with me.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I
That's
would.
not convincing.
Oh, you probably both have an idea what I mean.
I'll be honest with you.
honestly,
I have no idea.
Nope.
It could be the smallest number I can think of, or you could also be one of those like jackasses that has been around so long where it's like, are you kidding me? They pay him that? Are you kidding me right now? Here's the thing.
Grandfathered in.
Yes.
Well, I did come in on a wheeze wave.
I have too much respect for you to put you in that uncomfortable position. So I would never ask. But I find it weird that still you are like, no, we're going to talk about this, man.
Yeah.
It's just, maybe it is my generation. We just didn't do it. But, I mean, everybody kind of has an idea. That's the problem. Everybody has an idea what
Or an
people
assumption.
make.
No, but that's what's funny about it is that's how the boss lives. Everybody assumes they know what people make until because everybody assumed they knew what they made when they found that paper.
Oh, yeah.
And they were wrong.
Oh, man.
I also don't think it would bother me to know that somebody that I liked and respected at work made more than me.
That's
like,
not
I think
a problem.
I think that there's this assumption.
That ain't where the problem lies.
I know, but I think there's this assumption that everybody's going to, like, once you find that information out, it's going to change the way you look at people. Because I think, if anything, sure, maybe like somebody you don't get along with, it's going to really piss you off. But I think that I can accept if somebody's making more than me, if I truly can admit they do a lot, they put in the effort.
All right. But let's say somebody down the hall you don't like.
Yeah. But I already don't like that person, so it doesn't matter.
But you find out, man, she way overpaid.
I mean, like that would bother that.
Way overpaid.
But it's somebody I don't like anyways.
You don't like her
Okay.
as a person.
Yeah.
You also don't like her as an employee.
Yeah. So
Super annoying.
does that really change anything?
But I think this would be another like a little
Yeah.
dig. You know
But
what I
that may also
All right.
push me to fight more for myself.
mean? Okay.
That kind of competition. I don't know.
Right.
But I don't think it would change my view of somebody that I already liked and respected.
Well, it's not so much about how you feel about them. It's not how you feel about the company rewarding
Yeah,
this person
yeah,
who
yeah.
you think you're working harder than. Bones writes us on Instagram. Tommy is absolutely wrong. It's been shown that open communication about salary in the workplace pushes the company to pay more fairly and evenly.
Yeah, that's what happens. The boss man goes, yeah, but here's more money. I'm sorry.
But it does get to a point where if you want employees, you have to end up doing that. And by the way, the guy's name is Bones. Of course he knows economic theory.
Yeah, I forgot.
Dr. Bones.
Dr.
Look,
Yeah.
I agree with you that the conversation would not be easy.
No, it's
And
very uncomfortable.
I understand why either you would not want to make someone feel bad or you would not want to embarrass yourself by having this conversation,
Yeah.
right? But, you know, they say it takes a village to raise a child. The open communication is good for everybody here.
But don't you feel like if you find out you're underpaid,
Mhm.
you look like the stupid person in the room, right? Like if everybody else, if you're all doing the same job, basically,
Yeah.
and you're like way under, you look to everybody else in the room, or at least you would feel that way.
I think you'd only feel dumb because you assumed that everyone was making the same that you did.
Mm-hmm.
When you find that out, you're not dumb. You were ignorant because you did not have that information.
But don't you think people think, man, you got played, bro?
Yeah, but you got played without info.
All
They
right.
played on your fears. That's what they do, man. You know this. Your boss comes down and tells you 30,000, 20,000, 10,000 less than they can actually offer you, and they scare the hell out of you.
Oh, yeah.
And what do you go? Okay, I'll take that.
Right, yeah.
Give me that, please. Yes, I'll take it. Ah! All right, let's take a break.
All right.
You know, your salary is important.
Oh, yeah.
Where you live is important.
Mm-hmm.
The government where you live is important.
The government?
Well, the government.
All right, like the local government?
Yeah, you got it.
Okay.
We all have a say in who runs our towns, villages.
Yeah, you got to
counties.
rock the vote.
You got it. You have to vote. So you voted then.
Yeah. Last election, I voted, yeah.
Oh, the one that was on March 18th.
The March 8th. What the? There was no election on the 18th.
No,
or
there
what?
was. There was.
Marching my ass? What is it?
The Pittsford Village mayoral election was on March 18th.
What? I didn't say nothing.
Oh, really? So you didn't vote?
I did not. Is Petrowski still in?
This is brilliant.
I did not know.
Well, because we've talked about how small town races can come down to very slim margins.
Oh, yeah.
And it turns out
How slim.
that someone in this room
Maybe my guy got in.
had the ability. You've already screwed up. You've already screwed up by what you just said.
I might like this guy.
It is
Or lady.
entirely possible.
Yeah.
No, it's not entirely possible. It's a fact that a man in this room had the ability to swing an election for an entire
Wait,
community.
it was that close.
We'll get into the story next here in the break room on CMF. Your vote matters.
Oh, it sure does.
I know it sounds silly, but
no,
it's a
you got to
fact.
get off your ass and make a difference.
So much so that one person in this room
Yeah.
held the balance of power for a village right in their hands.
Wow.
That is, if they did their red, white, and blue American duty.
I always vote.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. I got to say, you break room listeners are crushing it today.
What happened?
Well, Tommy's got his tracksuit on, but it's not really a tracksuit on a
No,
Tommy tracksuit
no.
Thursday.
It's the leisure wear.
Yes, if you have not seen it, log out of the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch, The Break Room, WCMF on YouTube or Twitch. Sam writes us, Tommy looks like a newborn just leaving the hospital.
Okay.
Still not a foodie New York wants to know, does Hillary Clinton know Tommy raids her wardrobe? Newt JC asks, or says, he looks like he's waiting for 3 ghosts to visit him.
You look like you're drawing up plans later to steal the moon.
Leanne writes on Instagram, he somehow looks like all 7 dwarfs. You crushed it today, buddy. You nailed it. I'm glad you're comfortable.
Yeah, I'm very comfortable.
So check out Tommy's Tracksuit, Not a Tracksuit Thursday, The Break Room WCMF on YouTube and Twitch. On March 18th,
Yeah.
the village of Pittsford, like all other villages in New York State, had their mayoral election.
Yeah.
You had the choice between 2 women, so strike one. As you said a second ago, oh, I voted for the guy. 2 women that believe they knew how to make the village the best it could be. And as of now, despite 3 weeks since Election Day, the vote hasn't been made official.
Oh, why?
Well, Tommy, the vote was so close,
Wow.
they had to include the absentee ballot. So they went through all of those.
Yeah.
And somehow the vote became even closer.
Wow.
So they decided to do a recount. They did that. And when it was all said and done,
How
as
close?
of now, according to News 8, the race has been decided by 1 vote.
I see here about
Single vote.
A
Wow.
You're kidding me.
single vote. You can check the story on News 8.
Damn.
Hey, Tommy,
Yeah.
did you vote in the Pittsford mayoral election?
I voted in the last election.
On March 18th.
When was the
So
big
no.
one? I don't do the off ones.
Did you vote
No.
in this election?
No, I
You did
didn't.
not vote in this election. You could have swung the entire village of Pittsford mayoral election.
But I don't know either of these checks.
Okay. Oh, wow. That's so ignorance is an excuse for failure?
It is for me.
Okay. You call yourself Mr. Pittsford.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
brag about how much better that place is
It
than
is.
everywhere. Yeah.
It's highbrow.
It's a place where people care. Yet you couldn't be bothered to go out and check a box in an election that was decided by 1 vote.
I don't even know. I've never even heard their names. I don't think. What?
Do you not feel guilty right now?
Nah, bro. It's
1 vote.
1 vote on a small election. And by the way, the town runs itself.
No, it doesn't. Because if it
Like,
ran
what do you
itself,
think she's going to do? Like, all of a sudden she's going to overthrow? We're going to be communists?
what?
They
Well, I don't know.
gotta-
Based on that outfit, maybe. Is that what happened this morning? No. If the town ran itself, you wouldn't have to hold elections.
All right. I didn't vote.
1 vote.
I didn't even know they were having a vote. They didn't put no signs out. Like, I didn't see, like, one sign for,
I don't
like...
think that's allowed in Pittsburgh.
Oh,
Good
you're
point. No, I'm sure there were signs, man.
Right. I did not see one, like, vote for Carol or... Well, I didn't even know their names. Yeah.
Oh, I got the story on News 8. Well, I didn't. Okay, so I got it
Vote
right.
for Beth.
It was actually Beth and Carol.
No, it's
And
not.
of course not, you idiot. Story on News 8.
They got to be old.
It was Alyssa Plummer, who was the incumbent, which you already knew.
Wait, I thought it was Larry Petrosky. All right, so Alyssa?
Alyssa Plummer, and she was facing a challenge from town trustee Lisa Cove.
Alyssa was taking on Lisa?
How were
You
you?
just
No,
literally.
but you said
combined the two.
Alisa is taking
No,
on Lisa?
I did not say Elisa.
Alyssa was
Alyssa.
taking on Lisa.
You got it. Elisa.
2 different people.
Oh, that's why it's so confusing.
Now you
They're
got me
so
saying
not.
Elisa.
No, it's not confusing. Those are 2 separate names.
But they're kind of close.
Well, no, they're close as in there was 1 vote
Well,
separation
they're girl names.
because they're women.
Yeah.
By the way, why do you assume they're old?
They just do. Because no young person wants that job.
What are you talking
No,
about?
It's like
I would
old-
argue like it would be a younger person.
No, like
why
she-
would an old person need that job?
Because, like, she probably has, like, a business in town. Like, one has a candle shop. One does artisanal oils. You know what I mean? Like, they both own businesses in town.
Possibly, but that's
What,
why.
I guarantee you, one of them's a goddamn realtor.
Oh my God!
She's wearing one of them big old skirts, going around showing off houses.
Why? Because you didn't vote in an election
Wait,
that
so the
you could
realtor-
have
No, I was just taking
decided.
shots for
No,
no
he's just going
reason.
to take shots to try and deflect from the fact
I'm a closer.
that he's been sleeping for 30 years based on his outfit and didn't vote in this election. Idiot.
You know I'm right, man.
I don't
I
know
can
what they
paint you a
look like.
picture of these broads.
Okay, no, you can't because you didn't even know there was an election, and you thought it was two men running against each other. You misogynist prick.
All right, one owns that alpaca farm thing, and the other one's a realtor. I guarantee.
You know what I really hope? The person who is losing currently by one vote, I hope that they voted for themselves.
Oh, because we've talked about this. Is
Yeah.
it proper protocol to vote for yourself?
Well,
You know,
yeah,
Because
because the
if they
presidents
didn't,
always
you'd
do
be
it.
really pissed at yourself.
We don't know the presidents always do it.
Why wouldn't they? No, but they always show them going to vote.
Yeah, they could be voting. They could be leaving it blank. I mean, I don't know.
Oh,
if
I
there's-
always assume. Why wouldn't you not vote for yourself?
Well,
don't know.
I don't know if
You
it's
know,
like,
Why would you throw one vote away?
is it bad luck to like vote for yourself?
I've-
Not in this election.
Well, no kidding. All right, so let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
So with this Pittsford mayoral election, which you did not vote in,
Right.
coming down to a single vote, let's say you're one of these two women.
Right, Janitor or the other one, Sue.
You lose the election by one vote.
Yeah.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
are you devastated because you came so close? Or are you proud that you were two votes away from winning that sucker?
Devastated because all you're going to be doing is thinking of how you could have earned that one
Right.
extra vote or convinced one extra person to vote for you just to at least tie it up. Like, I think that would mess with your mind for a long time if it was that close. Whereas if it was decided by, a handful, like a bunch of votes, then
Yeah.
you just think, well, I fell short.
Yeah, if it's a blowout,
What
nobody
can you
wants
do?
you, Gail.
I gave it my all.
So you agree with devastated?
What's that?
You agree with you'd be devastated?
I would think so. Like to Kimmy's point, like you were right there. You were a sea hair away from the big house.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I'd
Boss
be proud.
lady.
No, but I think being right there should make you proud. Like, there's nothing wrong with losing a well-fought, close race.
But when it's
So
that
close,
though,
man.
and you feel like maybe if I just did one more thing.
You know, one more house, one
Yeah.
more thing.
Okay, but here's the thing. If you gave me a choice between being blown out or losing by one, I'll take losing by one every time. Because if you run, especially in like a village election, something small,
No, you are way too much of a psychopath for that to not bother you.
here's why it would bother me more getting blown out.
Okay.
All right. If I live in a village and I'm walking around people every day and I found out that 70% of the people I live around think I'm not smart enough to
Yeah.
do this, at least I know, like, it's just half the people in town think this way, half the people in town think another way. I can live with that.
But it's if I get blown out, all right, this ain't my thing, man. I'm
Yeah.
done.
I would just,
But now I got to run again.
Yeah, it gives you hope. Hope is good.
Okay, but let's say I run again, and I get my ass handed to me again by a vote.
Okay.
Like if nothing changes, like you did it twice.
Okay.
That would drive me crazy. I'm out.
There is one thing that would have to bother you if you lost by one vote.
But
Well, these women, they have friends or family. Again, 252 WCMF, we're talking about this Pittsford mayoral election happened all the way back on March 18th. The election has yet to be certified by Monroe County because it has come down to a single
Yeah.
vote. It is a single vote. By the way, Mr. Pittsford over here did not vote.
I did not.
He could have swung the entire election.
Didn't even know about it
So with these women having friends or family,
Mm-hmm.
you would wonder who didn't make it out.
because one of them didn't. One of your friends or family boned you.
They forgot they didn't have
Oh,
time.
no,
life got in the way.
no. They boned you because if you're a person, a politician, everybody knew you were running in your circle.
Yeah.
So one of them boned your ass.
Okay, so fun fact. It is public.
Gail.
It is public record
Mhm.
whether or not you voted. You can't see who people voted for,
Oh.
but you can go
Really?
and look
Oh, you can.
at the voting rolls
Mhm.
if a person cast a ballot. You lose.
Oh.
Lose by one.
Don't
Oh, yeah.
look.
Do you want to go look?
Of course you do.
You're going to start looking for friends' names,
Yeah.
families' names. Why?
Because what if it's the person you least expect? Like, what's your mom? Your mom didn't get out to vote.
Oh, your mom hates you.
Well, your mom voted for me after what I did for her last night. Cast that ballot right
But
in her
it's
box.
weird because your mom would have voted for me and I tore that ass up.
So it would have even itself out there. Because we were banging each other's moms is why it would have.
Why wouldn't you want one of us to run your town?
Kimmy, would you go look?
Oh, what do you think?
I shouldn't look, but eventually I'm probably
gotta.
gonna look.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Especially if it's that close.
All right, so you go look at the voter rolls.
Yeah.
You find out that someone you care about, a close friend, did not vote that day. You going to confront them?
No, but I'm going to treat them different. I'm not going to confront.
You're not going to ask
No,
them
I'm
why
a
they
weak
didn't
one.
vote that day?
No, I'm a
Bro,
coward.
you don't have the self-control. You would be so furious. Just based on what you just said, you could not keep that
But what if I
quiet.
brought it up subtly? Like I wait my time when they're running their mouth.
Okay.
And then you zing them.
I know you didn't vote.
Well, yeah, wait, opportunity, like to also make them look foolish, like to hurt their feelings.
Okay.
Wouldn't you want to do that? After what they did to you?
I don't know.
I
But
mean, this is like your whole career, man. And
Well,
like
no.
you got to throw me. It's like you owning a store and your buddy walks by every day but doesn't buy anything.
But there are people that do that, and they're still friends.
But that would piss me off.
You have friends that don't listen to this show. They listen to other shows. That doesn't bother. That bothers you.
Who?
But you're right. I'm sorry. You have no friends. I mean, Kimmy, would you confront if you found out your friend did not vote that day? Would you confront them?
No, I mean, you can't say anything because then that makes you look like a psychopath.
What if they're
'cause
running their mouth one day?
You went and you looked it up.
But let's say a year from now you're at some
Yeah.
party and they're talking politics
Yeah.
and stuff, and they're just running their damn mouth about
Yeah.
stuff. And you're just sitting there,
All right.
and you got that
If you push
bullet
me,
in the holster,
if you push
man.
me a little bit, I might say something.
you gotta pull the
But I'm not
trigger.
bringing it up.
No. But if the opportunity shows up, you got to take your shot.
252 WCMF, the Pittsford mayoral election that happened all the way back on March 18th came down to a single vote
Wow.
between these two women. Tommy, who could have swung the election, did not vote.
Man.
Let's talk to Jay. Hey, Jay, how are you, buddy?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, Tommy, Tom Holman from in the federal government is coming to deport you out of Pittsburgh forever. The fact that you didn't vote, you have no business talking about any of this topic. The man in charge needs to take over and put you back in your seat, take your tracksuit and retire it into, I don't know, downtown Benton Harbor, Michigan.
You already look like someone who they're bringing to those places offshore.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that outfit. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, you do.
Yeah.
But you were saying, Jay.
It's time for him to turn in his citizenship, particularly his Pittsfordian background, and say, that's
It's
it. Lights out.
40. But you were saying, Jay, I'm sorry.
No, that's it. You don't
Oh, you just
vote
wanted to
in a
kick him in the
local
throat. Okay.
I've been deported.
Just want to crush Tommy.
Jay, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. Rick writes us, Tommy's vote wouldn't have decided the election. It would have been a tie, stupid.
Oh, yeah, so it would have made a difference.
Learn math and go back to how elections work. Well, if he voted, it would have been a tie if he picked the right person.
Hey,
stupid.
Hey, by the way, they never knocked on my door.
How do you know?
Because I would have answered it.
Well,
Well, I would have looked at the cameras and probably not.
Exactly. They
But
may
I
have
didn't
knocked
see-
on your door. They may have knocked on your door.
I didn't hear nothing. Doug didn't hear nothing.
You don't hear nothing anyway. I look you in the face and tell you something. Alyssa.
Well, that's my choice.
It does raise a good question, however.
Well, that's a good question.
If the race was a legit tie, let's say you did vote and you
Yeah.
voted for the woman that was down by one. What are the rules in Pittsburgh to break the tie?
Bro, what do you think?
It's not money, you
That's a
idiot.
great question.
Okay.
Do they do another vote?
Well, you'd be weird. Like, sometimes those town charters have those weird, like, they had to split a deck of cards.
Yes.
Oh,
Flip
really?
a coin. Yeah.
So I believe every
Fist
town.
fight.
Has a tiebreaker.
Well, yeah, but they get to decide what it is. So Tommy's
Wrestling
right.
at the gazebo at noon. Sure, it's optional.
Tommy's right. We have seen small town elections come down to coin flips. They will draw cards.
Right.
Right? And we're not making this up. You can Google it. It's happened recently.
Rock, paper, scissors.
What's the best way to do it? A revote, a coin flip, or a card pull?
I think you got to go revote.
That's
I mean,
it costs money.
yeah, but the card flip is so ridiculous.
Well, but I mean, here's the thing. Let's say you revote. There's no guarantee it doesn't come down the
Sure.
exact same way.
If it's that close already.
No, but let's say if it comes back, people that didn't vote can now vote, or we just counting the votes again?
No, I mean, it would be a whole vote again.
I think it's a fairer way because now maybe other people like me, now that I know and
Yeah.
it's that close, I'll get off my lazy ass and do it.
Okay, but that being said,
That's more legit
but-
than a, firing pistols at each other or a swim challenge
but
across the canal.
I think swim challenge is the best one.
All right, that'd be the best one. You got to get in the canal and swim.
No, but here's the thing. I mean, you could argue back that you didn't want to participate in government in the first place. Why should I give you a second opportunity?
Well, I didn't. I missed my opportunity, but it's not like I didn't want democracy.
No, you literally did not
I'm just too
participate in
lazy.
government.
I'm just too lazy for democracy sometimes.
Okay.
But I still want it. And by the way, either of these bros, I don't think it makes a difference.
Okay.
Like they're gonna do the same thing. Man.
You're every
No.
you're every guy. I don't vote because it doesn't matter. What do you mean this happens?
Or what, are they gonna hang some more flower pots downtown?
Which would bother you?
I know.
You're already messed up enough. How about they're going to make those flags mandatory whenever you're walking on the sidewalk in Pittsburgh, the big orange flags? Enjoy your communist Pittsburgh regime. Let's talk to Billy. Hey, Billy, how are you, brother?
Stuff, how's it going?
Yo.
Hey, we gotta recognize the blessing in disguise here. This is tragedy narrowly averted.
What?
Do you want the entire village of Pittsford's fate to rest in the hands of Tommy Muley?
But here's the thing, Billy. You bring up something interesting because I know this sounds very dramatic that if Tommy would have voted, he could have swung the election. But the fact of the matter is, in every close election, every single vote swings the election. Like, Billy, if you were living in Pittsburgh, whether you voted first, last, or in the middle, your vote would have swung the election.
True.
I just blew Billy's mind, man. Billy, thanks for the call, buddy. Hey, there goes Billy. I mean, look, I don't mean to be soapbox guy. You know how I feel about voting.
Yeah.
Right? Like, if there is any proof that your vote matters, it's this.
Do we know how many votes there were?
So they don't have that in the story.
I was just curious.
Well, they did say in the story that they were surprised with how
the turnout.
Yeah, the turnout for the vote. So,
surprised big or little?
Big.
Oh,
like people came out and they voted.
So everybody voted. We're good.
No, they didn't. I'm looking at a guy who didn't.
Enough with the voting. Come on.
Let's take a break. Well, look, man, you got to exercise your right to vote because there are some places that don't actually have a legit right to vote.
Oh, bad place.
In fact, one of those countries has a little more in common with us than we thought, and I don't know how to feel about this.
Oh.
Because, look, I know there's a debate on whether or not with some people this is a good or a bad place, but they've been enemies traditionally for a long time.
Right.
So why the hell you like our team?
Oh.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. On one hand, as a fan base, we like to say all are welcome.
Yeah.
On the other hand, what do we have in common with you where you like what we like?
So they're digging it.
Yeah, but
But don't you want all the fans? Why not? How bad?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll jump right into it. Study was put out yesterday. Which countries were the biggest fans of which NFL team?
Okay.
And the Bills, we travel far and wide.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Expatriates and folks that just discovered the Buffalo Bills when the NFL exploded internationally like 20 years ago. The biggest country in the world are Buffalo Bills fans.
So is that India or China?
Russia.
Oh, land-wise.
Okay. Oh, land. We're talking land-wise. The Buffalo Bills are the most popular NFL franchise in Russia.
Big in Russia.
Well, Buffalo and, like, St. Petersburg, same weather.
Siberia.
Yeah, but, same dreary.
Okay. So you think
Heavy
it's
drinking, heavy partying.
Okay.
Don't piss them off.
They like to smash stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of mob ties in both of those towns. What?
What?
Both have mob connections.
Okay. How do we feel about this?
It's kind of cool. Kind of gives you a little bit of danger.
No, it doesn't.
You think fan base is scary?
Why the Bills? Why does the country of Russia...
Hard drinking?
Okay, I don't think that can't be it. They don't know that about us, do
Just
they?
like, well, you can Google it, all the jackassing.
Okay, but
they got YouTube.
I assume that, like...
They have RedTube.
No, RedTube. Don't go to RedTube. That's a porn site, you idiot.
We have no porn.
I didn't think that, like, Western influence like that got through.
Oh, now it has.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I like, is it like, do they show NFL games on, like, Russian television?
I mean, I'm sure they could get it.
Can you Google it? Okay, that's...
they could probably buy streaming services to watch anything they want.
There is a difference between they can get it and is it okay by the country.
I mean, you can travel to Russia. Russians can travel here.
I
mean, it's not like your daddy's country.
No, I understand. But if there is a country that gets a little bit, how do I put this, tight on information going in and out, Russia would be one of those countries.
Right. I mean, a lot of those guys, but I'm sorry.
Does not seem like, they're shown on just regular TV, so.
Okay.
But you could probably buy the apps,
you have
right?
to go out of your way to find it.
Like, you could probably buy an NFL app and watch any game you want.
Could you Google how to watch an NFL game in Russia? By the way, the FBI will start watching you when you Google it.
Because, listen, I'm sure the NHL is huge in Russia because of all the players that came over, right?
To that point, Alexander Ovechkin, a Russian, is 5 goals away right now from breaking Gretzky's all-time goal record.
So you can't tell me they don't follow that and watch NHL games in Russia.
Yeah, but it's because they have a Russian superstar, which makes the country look
good.
No,
I mean, but they have access to, because you're thinking they have limited access to the information.
I'm saying that the government would allow them to see what they want them to see, which is why a Russian superstar being unbelievably successful in an American sports league would be something they would want to come through.
All right, but maybe they don't. But my God, they have 2 channels over there. They gotta have.
Well, you know what it says. What it says when you turn on Channel 1.
Channel 1 says, "Welcome to Channel 1."
What does Channel 2 say?
Turn back to Channel 1.
Nothing kills like Yakov Smirnoff jokes.
Yeah. By the way, he really opened up the door to like diplomacy.
So it seems like, okay, you can use a VPN to watch the NFL in
Oh!
most countries,
If you know right people.
but it says some like China, Russia, and North Korea restrict the VPN use, so there may be ways around it, but that's gonna come to an end right as soon as they find out you're doing it.
Do you know what a VPN is?
No.
Okay.
But
They can
I'm
block
guessing
you.
I could bribe an official in
Okay.
Russia to get what I need.
So
baby.
could you? I mean, so it doesn't sound like, at least based on Google search, which have to be true.
You'd really have to figure out a way to make it work.
Okay.
Yeah.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. I mean, look, our color scheme, very American. Wouldn't they prefer the yellow and red of the Kansas City
Well,
Chiefs?
they're kind of red. Don't forget they're Reds.
No, I'm saying the Chiefs are yellow and red. That is the most communist uniform of all time.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
And Patrick Mahomes, kind of a commie. Just saying. So it turns out, outside of Russia, the Bills are actually the most popular NFL team in 31 countries around the world, including France, Italy, the Netherlands, and Spain. Europe loves the Bills.
I thought Italy was big because they had those Bills backers.
I
over
literally
there?
just said Italy.
Oh, I didn't hear.
I
Italy.
looked you in the
I
face.
didn't.
I looked you in the face.
You talk so goddamn fast.
I said France, Italy, Netherlands.
I didn't
Spain.
hit Italy.
We are making eye contact with each
I
other.
heard Spain.
I said the word Italy.
Italy.
And you go, I wonder if we're big in Italy. You dumbass.
That makes sense, though. Of course, there's Bills backers everywhere, just the same as I'm assuming there are for all NFL teams.
Yeah, but why the
have fan
Bills?
bases. Just the way here, like there, you find those pockets of soccer fans everywhere.
No, I got it, but let's walk this through. Because if you have most soccer fans that are here in America cheer for the successful
headliners.
big team.
No, you'd be surprised. Like every bar kind of has its own following.
Okay.
Or its own team that they
but
follow.
it's the best
and
place.
It's not always like the most popular.
Like Liverpool, Manchester United, like those big ass teams.
Arsenal. Which, by the way, sidebar. There's a new soccer bar that is opening up in the old Blossom Road pub. Did you see that story this week?
Yes.
Okay.
The boot.
It's a soccer bar.
Yeah, well, yeah. I told
Is
you
it called
about-
Lonely's?
I told you yesterday in a
Plenty
different
of
conversation.
parking.
There are lots of bars that open early and show soccer, but
But this is like an exclusive soccer bar.
yes, yeah, they're gonna. It's yes. They're gonna show soccer bar.
That's gonna flop like a goddamn cereal bowl.
So the DNC did. The place is still open. It's still open.
One is barely. They're down to 2 bowls.
They did a story in the DNC about this bar opening, and they're taking pictures of the guys who own it.
Yeah.
And one of the guys had an Arsenal Soccer Club tattoo on his forearm.
Oh.
And now I don't know. I assume he's an American. Like that's a lot of commitment to a team you just kind of pulled out of a hat.
Are you sure that's an Arsenal logo?
Yes, it says
You
Arsenal.
can look it up.
It's on the story in the DNC. It's in the story of the DNC. It says Arsenal. It's the logo
Okay,
of the team.
I don't know. Maybe it's different organizations.
No, but okay. First of all, I'm anti-sports tattoo anyway. I had one of the dads when I was a kid of my buddies got a Browns tattoo, and the team moved,
Ooh.
and he didn't know what he was supposed to do.
Now it's vintage.
It all worked out. I mean,
Yeah.
they came back, but I'm sure there are people in St. Louis that have Rams tattoos.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we got guys around here walking with them.
There you go. But I guess what I'm getting at is
Yeah.
past my anti-tattoo thing.
Yeah.
I guess I understand if you grew up in Western New York why the Bills would mean so much to you that you would put that on your body. If you just picked a soccer team,
Yeah.
Pretty.
I would assume like your British buddy, like he moved here and that's like his thing. I wouldn't think like you're from here with that.
watch this guy. He's probably British in the story. He's probably from where that place is.
I kind of hope he is.
Is Arsenal a town?
I don't even know where they play in London.
I don't know.
I thought I always assume like all those teams play in London.
Well, no, there's
Like even Liverpool, they're probably close.
they play. Liverpool goes to London.
I don't know
No,
how
Arsenal's
where's like
not
li-
a town.
What is?
It's just the name of the football club.
Where do they play?
London town.
Where does?
So where's like Liverpool's over in the water, right? Like way over there.
Why are you asking me questions about the geography of England?
You're Irish.
Yeah.
Well, you
Stay out of that place.
Should have seen him coming.
What are you talking about, you idiot?
You know, they came over and started pushing you around. took all your
London.
food.
London. So it is in London.
Ah, so I was
Emirates
right.
Stadium.
You just
Yep.
guess it. You know 3 cities. You guessed one of them. You had a 33% chance. No, you didn't. That's not how statistics work. 252 or that's not even statistics. You make me dumber being in a room with
Then I do it.
252 WCMF. We're talking about a story released yesterday. The Buffalo Bills are the most popular team in Russia. We're trying to figure out, 1, how we feel about this, and 2, how this is possible, as we may be learning that Russian TV doesn't show the Bills. There is no streaming package to buy through the NFL to
In
watch
Russia,
Russian.
yeah.
Yeah, because, look, those boycotts are still happening,
Yeah, true.
right? So, I can't imagine.
So how did they get the message?
I'm asking.
Did like Putin make them do it?
Is it possible they just think the logo's cool?
A charging buffalo?
I mean, there's
Kinda
cooler
cool.
logos.
Well,
It's all right. It's nothing spectacular.
And here's the thing. You would have to be explained that that's a charging buffalo.
maybe they saw like some images of like tailgating in Buffalo, like the most extreme, and thought like, yeah, that's us.
Okay. Could it be that Josh Allen will be the new Rocky IV?
Or he takes on the Russians.
Well, look, he takes down, he breaks down, all the difficulties we're having. If I could change, you could change. We could change. What you saw was 2 guys killing each other in a ring. But I guess that's better than 20 million. You don't have that speech memorized?
No.
He beats Drago.
You know, I petered out on
Okay.
this stupid movie.
He goes to Russia to fight Drago after Drago kills Apollo Creed,
Right.
his best friend. Spoiler alert, everybody.
All right.
They fight. Rocky shouldn't win this fight. Drago's a machine, but he
Yeah.
bleeds. He's a man, Tommy, right? So then after he beats Drago in front of the worst-looking Mikhail Gorbachev lookalike you've ever seen,
Oh yeah.
he gives an impassioned speech in the ring that ends the Cold War.
Wow.
That is actually how Rocky IV ends.
Damn.
Rocky,
Ends the Cold War.
Rocky punched his way out of the Cold War.
Wow, look at that. Not Reagan.
No. Well, you don't want to punch Reagan at that point.
No.
Yeah.
It's kind of cruel.
All right. Let's take a break. It's summertime's right around the corner, man.
Yeah.
And that means a couple of things. Short shorts.
Yeah.
Thank God for everyone on the live stream watching Tommy.
Yes.
And teenagers getting summer jobs.
Yes.
Getting a summer job is a very important part of growing up. I think especially in the greater Rochester area. The question is how your kid gets that job. And I had a conversation with a gentleman who is insisting his kid do this completely on his own.
No help. No friends of friends. No network.
Despite the fact, yes, exactly, that he has a way to ensure that his kid is employed.
Oh.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. everybody knows a gay.
Oh, sure.
At least when it comes to work, at least when it comes to work, their kids can do in the free time.
Yeah.
Nothing better to teach a high school kid responsibility than having a summer job. But part of that responsibility is going out and getting the job yourself.
That's it.
At least according to one hard-ass dad. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. A couple of things. First of all, just after 9:30, it's Thursday. You know.
Yeah. Little bitchy.
Yep, that's right. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. It is another Tommy Tracksuit Thursday, but only in name because his outfit is not a tracksuit. If you have not seen Tommy's outfit yet, we highly encourage you to go to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, or Twitch, The Break Room, WCMF on YouTube or Twitch, to see by far the stupidest thing a man has ever worn.
Fellas, it's the most comfortable thing he'll ever buy, and the ladies love it too, buddy.
No, they don't. Not one woman has said you look good in that.
You look like you're ready for business.
Kimmy has complimented every tracksuit you've worn.
Yeah, this one I can't. Sorry.
Kimmy, not ready for
You
business.
look like you're missing an accessory or something. Like you should be stroking a hairless cat.
So we'll get to that in just a little while. Check that out, the YouTube, The Break Room, WCMF. Also, we got something for you.
What do you got?
Maybe not. We're going to tell you about a show. That's what we got.
Oh.
Brit Floyd, the world's greatest live Pink Floyd experience, returns to the West Terror Auditorium Theater April 15th to celebrate 50 years of Wish You Were Here. Don't miss Brit Floyd's biggest and most spectacular production to date.
Wow.
Head to the contest page. We do have something to give you.
No, what's that?
WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets, plus a VIP meet and greet soundcheck experience for two, featuring a performance of two classic songs not in the show.
Oh, so you get a little side set.
That's right.
Sweet.
Tour lanyards, early access to show merch, and more, courtesy of the RBTL.
Oh, man, you feel like the man.
And if you can't wait to win,
Know what I do?
tickets are on sale right now, Auditorium Theater box office or Ticketmaster.com. So I'm at the rink the other night. My daughter's on the ice.
What happened?
Talking to a buddy of mine as I'm poking myself in the eye with my glasses. So we're talking about the summer and the kids and sports they're playing and what they do. And he tells me he wants his teenage son to get a summer job.
Good.
And he said that his son is looking into it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, what's he going to do? And he's like, he's being lazy. He goes, my buddy owns a restaurant.
Perfect.
Yeah, I go, it's exactly what I said.
Yeah.
And he goes, no.
Why?
I ain't doing it. And I go, you ain't doing what? And he tells me that he will not call his friend who owns a restaurant to get his kid a gig, nor does he want his son applying there on his own.
Right, he can't even do it on his own?
Well, because he knows his friend, when he sees him, will hire him immediately.
Too easy?
Yes.
Okay.
He says that he wants his son, this guy, my buddy, to go get a job on his own.
What's the difference? As soon as you get in there, you still got to do the job.
His argument is it's not just about getting the job, it's not just about doing the job, it's about getting the job.
Applying yourself, selling yourself to an employer. What are you bringing to the table? Where do you see yourself in 5 years? What do I care? Just get the goddamn kid out of the house and get some money.
No, I mean, his argument is that there are lessons throughout all of this thing, and he doesn't want to shortchange his kid's lesson. Now, by the way, I'm busting his balls about it. Obviously.
Oh, yeah, I hope, yeah.
So he goes on to tell me that this has caused friction in his home with mom, with his son, but he's standing his ground. And he said to me, he thinks that applying and finding the actual job for his son, who, by the way, is turning 17, is more important than actually doing the job
really?
He gets. And he ain't budging. The guy ain't budging.
Get up every day. Dragging your ass to work every day is way harder than the applying for a job.
Well, when you're a grown-ass person trying to pay a mortgage, I mean, this is a kid learning lessons.
All right, so he's got to learn to apply and sell himself.
You disagree with his statement?
I mean, it's an entry-level job. I don't think you're going to get the grilling process of, like, you're going to work for Isaac Heating and Cooling.
No, okay. But
you know what I mean? Like, it's going to be like, you're going to show up on time? Good. It's not going to be a process.
Thoughts, Kimmy?
Okay, so I can think of this situation when we were teenagers.
The ice cream
It was
joint.
really, really hard to get a job at Wegmans.
That was
unless
impossible.
you knew somebody or you had a parent.
So you needed it in.
You needed it in. And as a kid, I didn't have that in. And it sucked. But it was kind of like a rude awakening for how the world works.
Ooh, interesting.
Well, hold on.
You know
So
what I
you
mean?
both,
Nepotism, bitch.
so you both worked at that ice cream shop.
Yeah.
Lucia's, yeah.
All right, so you walked up to the owner
Yeah.
and you applied for a job.
Yeah.
Did it grow you as a person to get that job? Like that interview process, the typical process of a mom and pop Italian
It's
ice
your
cream
first
shop.
introduction into an interview, being professional, I guess. But I think you would have gotten that no matter
Did it grow
how
you?
figured out that or how you were connected to that job.
Okay, so this is a two-part answer. Because, first of all,
Yeah.
when it comes to my personal experience working at Luigi's, I think you are forgetting how out of your comfort zone you have to go, even just to go talk to a business owner as a 15, 16, 17-year-old kid. So, yes, I think that is a valuable thing. That being said, my dad got me that job.
Oh, he did?
Really?
So, well, kind of. My dad.
He had to work up all the free ice cream?
I
know.
Yeah. So my dad was a cop in Gates.
Yeah.
And Luigi's
Officer Two Scoops.
And he would Luigi's is right on the Spencerport Gates line.
Yeah.
So not only did they have an ice cream shop, they had a pool store there. They would install pools and things like that. So he would spend his off time hanging out with the boys in the parking lot eating ice cream. Yes, and so my dad knew these people, the Ferrari family, and they're very nice people.
Yeah.
So he kind of hooked up me with this job.
So you're in.
Yes.
I mean, now that I'm thinking about it, though, most of those jobs I had as a teenager, it wasn't necessarily a family member that got me that job, but it was some kind of connection through somebody
Friend,
where I was
yes.
able to get in.
But here's the problem. When it comes to parents specifically, and this is why I'm kind of with this dad, my buddy, as much as I think he's being a hard ass, he may have a point. When my dad got me that job, he never let me hear the end of. By the way, he's talking about hard work and how, I'm the one that got you this. As he's standing in the parking lot wearing a gun and a badge, eating ice cream while I'm at my job that he, quote, got me. Kind of a mixed message.
But so my old man, remember I worked at this TV station. I was a cameraman.
Yes.
And I loved it, and he fired me.
Yes.
Because he wanted me to go get a job on my own. So by the way, but he told me where to go. So you go to Winn-Dixie and fill out an application and go get a job working in a grocery store. So I go up there and do that, right? And I fill out the application, right? And this is the weirdest part of the story to me. So I fill out the application. I still remember the guy. His name was Jim Taylor. He was like this old country boy, fat, funny, likable guy, right? I figured, man, this is pretty cool. So I go back home. I go, hey, I got the job. He goes, my father goes, when do you start? I go, tomorrow. He goes, it's a school day. I go, yeah. You said go get a job. So he goes, you tell him you can't work on school nights. I go, what? You just told me to go up there and fill out this application, and now you tell me I can't work on a school night, right? So I go up there, and I explain to this guy, Mr. Taylor, and he goes, well, I can't hire you then. I need people every day. I got to go back home to my own man. You know what he tells me? I was thinking about, you're not doing good in school anyway. Tell him back. I had to go back for a third time and go back and get the job that I just got and lost because of his opinion, because he realized he's not going anywhere in school. I don't want him around the house. He thought about it selfishly. He goes, yeah, you go work. Like, what a dick.
Okay, but then that's an argument.
I applied for 3 jobs for the same job.
But the argument you're making actually backs up this dad's point, because when parents get involved, that's when things become less like real life. I mean, that's the story you just told.
Yeah, but I went on my own.
Okay. Until your dad got involved.
Yes.
252 WCMF again. Buddy of mine, daughter plays hockey with mine. We were at the rink the other night. He's telling me he's got a 17-year-old son, turning 17, wants him to get a summer job. And he tells me that he's got a buddy who owns a restaurant, but he will not call his buddy to give his kid a job. He will not even let his kid apply at the restaurant because he knows his buddy will hire him.
That's hard ass.
When he sees the name, and I'm busting his balls about it. And he's like, no, it's more important, just as important, that the kid go and get the job as much as he does the job. I don't know. And I mean, look, he has a valid argument.
I don't think it's as life-changing as people make it.
Okay. I want you to think about this before we go to the phone.
I'm thinking.
Because we got folks sitting on hold. We got Instagram messages coming in.
Yeah.
252 WCMF. Is it a dick move to ask a friend to hire your kid? Think about it.
I'm thinking about it.
Let's talk to Christine. Hey, Christine, you're on CMF. What's up?
It is a dick move to ask your friend.
Do you own a business, if people asked you?
No, but it's like, what happens if your kid screws up so bad at the job? What happens then? Now your friendship is gone, your kid doesn't learn anything, and your kid just got fired and thinks you should step in and tell your friend, oh, give me the job back. You guys are buds.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to do that last part, right? Like, okay, you lost the job. It is what it is. I'm talking more. No.
Kids are like that these days.
Yeah, they're bad.
Careful.
I forgot about kids these days.
You know what they say about kids? Nobody wants to work.
All right, so Christine, you agree with this guy then that I was hanging out with the other night that he should not be getting a job for his son?
Yes, and I'll give you one quick prime example is my ex-husband and my son. They worked together. Dad got him all the jobs and everything. And then the day that my son got promoted over his father in that job and had to be Dad's boss, my son had to remove his father physically from the job because Dad was so pissed the kid got the promotion.
Okay,
and Dad lost
but
his
I
job.
do think there's a difference between working with your kid and getting your kid a job. Like, I understand the uncomfortability of what you just described. Pretty funny to see.
Yeah. But the problem is, what happens if like the owner's kid works for him, and then all of a sudden your buddy's friend goes over him?
No, I get what you're saying.
It's a summer job. How many promotions are you getting by August?
Well, I was getting 15 cents a year at Lucia's.
15 cents?
No big deal. That's what 15 cents
Tom,
was. 15
you can't
cents.
get much sitting on your butt, so you
Yeah,
can't
write
get
that
much.
down.
Well, actually, they did. They put it on one of those wood hangers. You can get them at Home Goods.
Oh, I gotta get one.
Yeah. Christine's got one hanging in her kitchen.
Yeah.
Sits on her butt and looks at it.
You know she sits her ass all the day, man. She ain't doing a squat. Your ass ain't doing
Tommy,
squat,
I
girl.
can't wait to run into you. Are you going to Pittsford Wegmans today? Because I can't wait to run into you.
You won't see me. I'm gonna blend in.
You will, yeah. If they made the walls out of denim.
Not with those big of buttons. Man, those are big. Those are bigger than somebody's glasses, Tommy.
Please, Christine, he has
Big old
grandchildren.
buttons.
Calm down. Not Christine, thank
I'm
you.
horny for buttons.
Not with those big of buttons. Those buttons are big. Those buttons are as big as some people's
Slutting
glasses.
for buttons.
Kimmy, is it a dick move to ask your friend to hire your kid?
Yeah. Like, I guess if you're gonna go this route, if I want to help my kid get the job, I think you kind of got to let the kid take the initiative and do it on their own. You know what I mean? Like, that person's already gonna know who your kid is and stuff. Like, I don't think you should like step in and make the introduction. But I understand like pushing your kid towards that job because they might have a better chance of getting it.
What
but
if it's a tough
I don't think
job?
you should really involve yourself with the process.
Gotcha.
Let's say you want to get him this job, but you want him like tough job.
Like what?
Push to get it. Let's say your buddy has a tough job, like digging ditches,
Landscape and stuff
yeah,
like that?
stuff
Okay.
like that.
All right.
I mean, tough job.
Yeah.
Maybe you want to get him out there doing that. Get him off his ass. You would push your buddy into that. You push your kid into that direction.
So here's my issue with that. Like, okay, so my dad gets me the job at Lucia's when
Yeah.
I'm 15, 16,
Yeah.
right? Like, it's scooping ice cream.
Yeah.
Right? So, like, if I quit scooping ice cream because it was too hard, I'm going to bitch voice myself.
Yeah.
I wouldn't blame a teenage kid for having to get up at 6 in the morning, work in the blazing heat all day.
I know.
You would have to either be A, really sure your kid could handle it, or B,
Yeah, that's true.
have a buddy that understands that my kid could walk away from this. There's nothing I can do, and it's a life lesson for him. Because there are also those dads and moms who want their kid to take a tough job.
Right, that's
So
what I'm
they
saying.
stay away from that kind of work for the
Right,
rest
like,
of their
hey,
life.
see
Or
what
they
you could be
appreciate what they
doing.
have.
Exactly,
Oh,
yes.
sorry.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So if
Yeah.
the goal is, like, because you've heard these stories before, my dad made me get up and, work a landscaping so I would go to college and apply myself so I didn't have to do that every day. Well, if that's the goal, you're kind of screwing your buddy over with your little experiment.
But you could also, I mean, that could backfire on you if that's your goal, because that kid could do that job, make more money than they ever have
Oh, yeah.
before, and think, well, geez, like if there's more money in this, I could just continue on doing this.
Kid's
the
got
rest
a
of my life.
trade.
That exact thing happened
Yeah.
with a kid that I grew up with in Gates. His
Yeah.
dad made him go work in a landscaping company. He figured out that he could do it himself. He had his own business in high school, which was like really impressive.
Probably cleaned up.
Does it for a living. But the whole goal was, I'm going to show you why you need to go to college.
Oh.
And I haven't seen the kid in 20 years. I don't know. Maybe
Maybe
he
he's still on his mower.
maybe he drank it away. Maybe he's a strip club. No idea. But
Oh, that was my buddy.
we got Facebook messages coming in. We got Instagram DMs coming in. Let's start with Instagram. Kirsten
What's
writes
she
us.
saying?
She says, I was a manager at a retail store for years. Someone came in and asked about an application that his son had put in. I didn't follow up because if the kid wasn't interested enough to ask about his status, he wasn't going to be interested enough when the job was hiring.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Yeah, that makes sense.
You don't want your parent calling
No.
and checking in for you.
No, that's a kiss of death.
quick sidebar.
Mm.
Can a parent call their teenage kid in sick to their job?
No.
No.
That also looks bad.
Give me thoughts?
You're a candy ass.
I wouldn't.
Okay.
But
So
That's
that's
total
I mean, I
candy
guess
ass.
it's not out of the question that they do.
Right. However, Trish seems to disagree with. I don't even know where you stand anymore. You're all over the
What
place
about-
in your pajamas.
What?
Trish writes, You need to give your kid every advantage. Places don't hire teenagers like they used to. There are older people getting the jobs that teens traditionally used to work, so there are fewer jobs for them. That is an interesting point.
Yeah.
I thought that kind of changed after COVID, where everybody was coming up short now, though.
Oh,
that was the case earlier.
Well,
where
no,
the old folk were taking those jobs because they were coming up short on their Social Security.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know. What's happened with 401ks recently where that would have changed?
Everybody's doing really good, I hear.
I mean, that is a good point by Trish, right? Like, will your kid be able to get a job?
Yeah.
But on the other
squeeze
hand,
out those old farts.
Well, and
well, hold on. Let's walk down this. I'm sorry. Squeezing out the old farts. Like, on the other hand, if I leave my kid to go get a job on their own, right? Or if I hook him up with a gig, that could mean I'm shutting out a grown-ass person who needs a job to eat.
Yeah, but people don't think like that. They're very selfish.
Okay. But, I mean, just now that we're saying it.
Grandma's starving.
That's what would happen. Like someone who may actually need that gig. Okay, I'm sorry. Kim.
Right.
well, I was just going to say, if that job that you have a connection to for your kid pays pretty well, and you know that there really aren't any other jobs your kid could have that pays that amount, like, let's say your kid goes and finds, just a simple part-time minimum wage job, and you think, well, they could have that job over there, which only benefits you because they'll be making more money.
Oh, you got to go
It
more
would be
money.
hard, I think, as a parent to not step in and give them that advantage, knowing, like, how much more it's going to help both of you out.
I think you want your teenager making as little money as possible.
Why?
Because money equals freedom.
Man, I wish you talked to my dad back in the day.
Why is that?
No, he was just like, save your money.
No, I'm saying, like, no, that's why.
Yeah.
So but you don't want to make a lot of money.
Let's say in a hypothetical situation, my oldest now, she's 14, she gets a job in 2 years, right? And she has a job where she's going to make the $15 minimum wage or like 22 at a different gig.
you say no on a 22.
I want her to take the 15.
Really?
Because
Money in a teenager's hand is dangerous,
right.
right? I'm speaking from
You
experience.
can do like my father did.
What's that?
Confiscate the whole check and give you $5.
I don't think that's going to fly.
I know.
You know what I'm saying? No, I want my kid. I don't want it to be about the money. The money's great,
Yeah.
right? Like, yes, I want them to buy their own things, but there's nothing that my daughter needs where
No.
she needs an exorbitant amount of money. The more money she has, the more trouble she can get into with it.
All right,
But
that's a
don't
good
you
point.
remember as a teenager, you'd get that first check, and then you'd have to fill up your gas tank, and, well, there goes all
Goodbye.
the money.
Yeah, but
Like, I didn't have any, like, I couldn't buy anything for
You
myself.
couldn't afford makeup, for God's sake.
look, you're right. As a kid, that sucks. But now that I'm on the other side of it, it's a great life lesson, right? Like, yes, these things cost money. Also, we were alive during the most expensive gas time in the history of America.
Stuff's going to be expensive for your daughters.
Yeah.
Well, Kimmy, we were paying $5 a gallon for gas in 2003.
Right.
It's $3 a gallon now.
For the moment.
But, like, if
No,
you're
I'm saying, like, with inflation, that's got to be $7 less per gallon.
Yeah, probably.
Per gallon!
you and your wife can't afford to help your kid out with a car or something like that. Like, that kid's never going to be able to save up enough to get that for
Hey,
themselves.
with all due respect right now, minimum wage job, you ain't working enough hours to get your own car, period. You got to help
well,
that
no,
kid
but that's
out.
what I'm saying. Why wouldn't you give them advantage at a job that made more?
Okay, look,
Yeah.
They could do something like that. for
Yeah,
themselves.
to me, it's like, get out of here.
Okay,
man.
all right. Put money in your teenage kids' hands and watch them set the world on fire.
Well, you set parameters. That's all.
Okay. I love how you think, too, like my daughter's not smart enough to figure out a way to keep some of that money without me knowing about it.
Well,
I
let her
guess
have
it is
some
a little
fun.
trickier now
No!
because she can shop on her phone.
No.
Yes, thank you.
We
Thank
didn't
you.
have
What
that
the kid?
ability.
You want me to go take a job where I don't benefit me at all? What kind of gig is this?
Because the benefit is the life lesson. Look,
Oh,
you got a
God,
roof
the
over
life.
your head. Look, you got a
Yeah,
roof.
roof over your head.
You got a roof. You don't even know what I'm going to say, stupid. Alyssa, no, you got a roof over your head.
Yeah.
You have your meals put on the table. You have the ability to go to school. And are you J-O-ing me a lesson to
Man,
my daughter?
You're doing the basics and you want a
Just
pat on the back. Get the kid a nice e-car.
What?
Get her a nice ride.
E-car.
Y'all doing all right?
Electric car. He thinks an e-bike being an
I
electric
got to
bike.
sit in this house with the here's your food, your salad eating daddy, and you can't have no car. Walk to school, go work at Lucia's.
Salad Eating Daddy, one of my favorite Ribs Arkansas songs.
Salad eating daddy. It don't matter how much money you got, baby. You ain't getting none of my croutons because it's Wednesday. And Wednesday's crouton day.
Not since, what was that place called? What was this? Whoa. Ruby Tuesday.
Ruby Tuesday.
Ruby Tuesdays does no longer exist. Does not look. I can't even talk.
Goodbye, Ruby Tuesday.
Literally.
Lost all my croutons on that
Who
day.
knew that song would apply to the business one day?
Yeah.
They still have one in Oswego when she's got hockey tournaments up there. I sit for an hour and
Finally, a reason to go to Oswego.
that someplace that sells a cheeseburger sub.
That place is amazing.
They got the El Roker too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's just they just take a big old pile of food and pour it into your face. Let's take a break. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Yeah, buddy. We're going to bitch it out.
That's right. If you have not yet, we encourage you to log on the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, or Twitch to see the ammunition we're working with a Tommy tracksuit, loosest definition ever, Thursday. The Break Room WCMF on YouTube and Twitch. Also, yesterday we sounded the alarm.
About?
Well, the NFL announced they were doing 3 more games on Christmas.
Yeah.
And we were very scared
Scared
that the Bills would be one of those teams. In fact, Kimmy, as we talked it out, it became almost a definite. Well, it turns out not every team is trying to avoid Christmas.
Oh.
One team is asking for it.
Really?
And if this happens, I think it means the Bills are out.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the Break Room on CMF. But first, we may have just dodged a bullet as Bills fans.
What happened?
Well, we were certain yesterday as we talked it through that we were going to have to either go to a Bills game or watch a Bills game on one of the biggest holidays of the year.
Yeah.
However, a recent change, one team wanting to do this, Kimmy, they're not going to put both of these teams on this card on the same day, are they?
I don't know.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. It is Thursday, however.
Yeah.
If you have not yet, we encourage you to go to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch. The Break Room, WCMF on YouTube or Twitch for our live stream. It is a Tommy tracksuit Thursday. However, what he is wearing is not a tracksuit. Kimmy, best word to describe it would be?
Prison uniform.
Okay, perfect.
In a really cool prison full of cool dudes.
Yeah, no, I'm sure you'd be excited about all the cool dudes.
Yeah, I would love to be locked up with cool dudes.
Prison.
Who wouldn't, right?
The
bunch of lamos.
Folks on Instagram have been on fire this morning.
Yeah, what they say?
Dave writes, looks like Tommy's about to walk the Green Mile.
Oh, prison. All right.
Yeah.
I forgot that movie. I never saw that movie.
You never saw the Green Mile?
No.
Dead Man Walk. I'm tired, boss. Tired. Jack B. Nimble. A lot of Ebenezer Scrooge. That comes from Oli. That's coming in. Monkey Jockey writes, the Rochester Psych Center is missing a patient this morning.
Yeah.
But, here in this room, if you want to hurt someone, you can't call them short or stupid or say they look like a collective farmer at a country that just embraced communism. You got to really hurt someone. Something along the lines of...
Bad Duffy, I'm never going to buy my daughter a car, even though I'm going to buy my daughter a car because I'm just going to have to because I married a doctor, so I can't be playing Mr. Westside hard ass because my daughter's going to be driving a brand new e-car.
Mark it right now.
Daddy bitch.
I will not buy my daughters a car.
You know that. They're
it ain't
both,
happening.
They're both getting cars,
They're not getting
bro.
cars. I'm not buying them cars. It will not happen.
Here's what's going to happen. You're getting cars, and you're going to travel overseas. Two things going to happen.
Well, you already did one of those.
No, bigger.
What is bigger than... what is bigger?
Bigger. You'll know it when you sees it, son.
We take all your bitch voices. We run it back. We call it Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now on CMF.
And now, Bitch Voice Theater, featuring Thomas Muley, accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I'm jealous of Tracksuit Tommy because he's on fire right now. He's got hip tracksuits. He's causing miracles in his own leg.
Causing miracles?
Causing miracles in my own leg because I'm a miracle curing little bitch.
Hey, I went to the NFL draft last year. It was in Detroit.
Yep.
Ooh, I've been to Detroit.
My neighbor's yards, and I had mine. I had my lawn rolled yesterday.
Ooh, lawn roller.
Why you get mad at me?
No, because you're kind of like calling me a puss here.
No,
you're pussing me a little bit.
Oh, I got a man mouth on me, but not the way I like it. So I gotta go to the hospital because I'm bitch.
I have a hard copy of that Decca.
Ooh, I have hard copies of things that are worthless.
I know it.
You can't.
Situation. I don't want to get someone to get mad, so I'm going to say alcohol because I'm a scared ass of my wife, little bitch ass bitch. Bitch.
No, this is more a circle that your wife runs in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, intellectual. Pat Duffy, don't invite me over for breakfast because I'm just going to say it sucks because I want my eggs my little special way and I don't want all my food to touch each other because I'm just a picky breakfast little bitch.
No, I like all my food touching each other.
You do?
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
And that was Bitch Voice Theater on WCMF.
So yesterday we shared with you the NFL will be once again doing games on Christmas.
Yeah.
This year it'll be 3 games, 2 on Netflix, 1 on Amazon. And what was scaring us were the Bills' odds to play on Christmas.
Yeah.
This is something the 3 of us, well, Kimmy and I definitely did not want to happen.
Yeah, and I was fine with it.
So we discovered that the Bills it's the only holiday, Christmas is the only holiday the Bills have never
Ever
played on. They had several Christmas Eve games, Halloween, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, all of that stuff. Thanksgiving, no Christmas. We then factored in the MVP factor with Josh Allen.
Oh, yeah, he's a headliner, buddy.
We talked about how the NFL loaded up the games last season with premier teams so people would have games to enjoy.
Yeah.
And we came to the conclusion, walking away from that conversation, that it was just a matter of time before we would find out Orchard Park was hosting a Christmas Day Bills game, which would throw everything into chaos for Bills fans. Well,
what happened?
Things might have changed. According to reports, Kansas City has asked the NFL to play on Christmas.
Oh,
Okay.
They won it.
Yes, so they played on Christmas last year.
Okay.
They also played on Christmas 2 years ago. And according to the story, the franchise wants the Chiefs on Christmas tradition to be akin to the Cowboys or Lions on Thanksgiving.
Oh, okay. So they want to build another one.
Yes, they want to own Christmas.
All right.
I believe the Chiefs are undefeated on Christmas, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, so is that why?
Did they lose 2 years ago? Could you Google that Chiefs record at Christmas? Thank you.
So how does this help the Bills?
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah.
There is no way, in my opinion, the Bills are putting a premier game like Bills-Chiefs, first of all, because we play each other next year on Christmas. So that would
Why not?
CBS ain't going to give it up. Remember,
Oh.
that game is always a 425 CBS game. It's the highest-rated CBS game every single year.
Yeah, all right.
CBS ain't giving it up.
All
So
right.
that wipes out Christmas Day, Bills-Chiefs.
Okay.
Okay. So if
So
they're-
they may never play on Christmas.
well, like, here, walk through this with me.
All right.
There are 6 slots to play if there are 3 games.
Yeah.
So Bills-Chiefs wipes out 2 slots. So that
All
means
right.
there would only be 4 slots left for the Bills. On
Well,
top
two
of
are
that,
going to go to an NFC game.
so that leaves 2 slots left.
All right.
And I'm thinking out loud here. If you have a team that draws eyes like the Kansas City Chiefs, which they do, you wouldn't waste the eyes the Bills would get on Christmas, because how many Americans are going to actually sit full throttle for 3 straight games and enjoy that? You wouldn't need the Bills on Christmas.
All right. So they're out.
I hope.
You're lucked out.
All of a sudden, it feels like we could be okay if the Chiefs get their wish and they get to play on Christmas again. And why would the NFL not grant that wish?
Unless that whole CBS deal doesn't matter and the NFL dictates what's going to happen.
CBS is allowed to choose. This is in the collective bargaining agreement between the TV deals.
Yeah.
CBS is allowed to choose 1 game a year that is not moved.
All right.
It has been the Chiefs-Bills the last 2 years. Based on how the season ended for the Bills last year, I cannot imagine it won't be that game again.
All right.
Because it's back in Orchard Park again.
Oh, it is?
Yes, it's a home game.
Damn.
By the way, the Chiefs are 3-2 on Christmas.
Okay. All time.
And the Bills have
they
never
lost,
played on Christmas.
Never.
They lost in 2023 to the Raiders.
Oh, I forgot about that game.
Yep.
That was the one where Mahomes got picked like 4 times. That was a
Must be.
great game. How did I forget that?
See the holidays.
So then why would the Chiefs want this?
They did
But
win last year.
They went that tradition. Like you said, they want to be known as like they're the
Christmas
Christmas team.
But it does put you at a competitive disadvantage because, like with Thanksgiving,
Makes the week all weird.
Exactly. Like Thanksgiving, it's always on a Thursday.
Yeah.
Christmas moves.
Yeah, it does.
Right? So, like, was Christmas a Wednesday last year?
Yeah, it was
have been.
midweek.
Tuesday,
You're right.
Wednesday? Because this year it's a Thursday, so it wouldn't affect you that much. But if you did this every year, you could be playing any day of the week.
Okay.
Not great.
I know.
Because remember, the Chiefs had to play on Saturday to play on Tuesday. Remember? Because all the teams that played on Christmas played on Saturday and then played again on Christmas.
Okay.
All right, so are we good, Kimmy?
Not going to count it out still. I mean, the Bills or the NFL bumped the Bills in times we didn't think they would last year.
But it would be.
What was the game? Was it the Patriots game?
Yeah, that went to prime time.
All of a sudden, we didn't even know that was a possibility.
Well, it's because
so
they were going to clinch the division.
Still, I think that the NFL, if they want the Bills in that spot, they'll put them in there no
So
matter who else is playing.
Here's the thing. Once Christmas is locked in, those games cannot be moved. Those are not movable games, so the Bills would have to be picked up
right,
front.
but I guess my point is just like it seems like the NFL wants
Kinda
Bills in those crucial spots. I don't know if they consider that a good spot or not, but I would think if they were planning on having a game televised live from Buffalo, that's still the plan.
They did have both Baltimore and Kansas City last year, too.
Man, it'd be so nice to have like a 4:00 Kansas City Bills game Christmas Day.
Shut up.
Done with the.
Shut up.
I'm so done with the holidays by like 9 in the morning.
Okay, then go get a hobby. Go play Monopoly. I don't care. I keep my bills off
Nice
Christmas.
cocktail,
No.
nice.
My life would get so complicated. So effing complicated. I don't want it. I don't preach it. I don't teach it to my kids. We come back, we wrap it up. We tell you what we're doing tomorrow next year in the break room on CMF. going to be a Rapperoo.
Howdy, on Thursday, Rapperoo.
For a Thursday Break Room CMF. Again, if you missed any of the show today,
Yeah,
or
what did I
any,
do?
any of Tommy's pajama outfit,
Mm-hmm.
go to YouTube or Twitch, the Break Room WCMF on YouTube or Twitch. On YouTube, our entire show saved immediately
Wow.
as soon as the show is over. In fact, while the show is happening, you can go back and watch things that had happened before.
Magic.
Science,
like magic.
Technology.
I don't know.
And every show we've ever done, you can go back and watch. So if you find yourself in the middle of the day and be like, man, I wish there was funny, cool stuff. Well, sorry, there's just the Break Room. Again, the Break Room WCMF on YouTube. All right, we got to get out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
For Kimmy,
Yep.
who says, get your kid a job. Get him a job. Let
You
him
can
go do
help
their
him.
thing.
Why not?
For Tommy, who needs a part-time job to afford actual clothes, it seems. My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. in the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF.